sorry for the interruption, but I had an important phone call to catch. And now we are back live and can continue the topics I was talking about. Just again, give me a second so I can see the chat and everything that is going on. And then we will start again. So yeah, after this stuff that had happened in the train, I could just chunk water because again, I was sweating so heavily, but it's fine now. It's fine now. I have survived and we can start again. Hello Kitty, hope you have a great day. I read all of your comments. It's just nice to see someone who is engaging with the channel all the time. It's nice to see you when we are live, and I'm so sorry. And now let's continue. I think I left you guys with the IAAPA event. I know that stuff like that IAAPA is doing most of the time. Last time it was Epic Universe also, and this time I think it is on Thursday during IAAPA from 7 p.m. until 11 p.m. They will close up Epic Universe for all of the people who have credentials for the IAAPA, and yeah, food and drinks are free and no waiting time for all of the roller coasters. And I am so excited. As I said, I just wrote Surfside a mail and I was like, hey, are you attending to the IAAPA with press credentials? Is there any chance you are offering the shuttle service to the park? And they were like, yeah, sure, we will still offer the shuttle service 1 hour after the event has closed. So no worries, you will get to Surfside no matter what, after Epic is closed that day. And I was like, hey, that's great. Otherwise, I would completely understand if Surfside would say, yeah, we're not shuttling because it's only for IAAPA guests. And yeah, I think it's really, really great service from Universal that they are still offering all of the hotel transportation, even during those special kind of events. And yeah, again, this was just nice customer interaction. Also ask, hey, friend of mine from Boston will join me. Can you please add him to my room? Problem is I only have his Instagram name and I really don't know his real name. And I was like, I don't know. And they were like, hey, no worries. We have made a note, but we need his official state name to check him in. So just come with him to check in as soon as he arrived at Surfside and we will add him to your room. The same is going to the Helios. He can join you at the Helios and you will be fine. And yeah, I think they replied within 3 or 4 hours after I just asked those questions. And I was like, this is how it should be. No problem. And just answering the questions from the customer and be nice to it. And then compare that to the answers I've got from Disney. And I'm just like, I would be a complete nice and happy customer even if Surfside would have said, I'm so sorry, we are not shuttling because it's such a small and private event. This would not be a problem at all for me. It's just nice to have, and they are always kind and finding a solution, and it's impressive. And now I think this is the favorite thing I am looking forward to during my trip in November, this private event at Epic Universe with all the food and drinks included. I think this will be fun, and with all those IAAPA nerds hanging out at Epic Universe and no waiting times at all, I think this will be a great evening. It's only 4 hours. Yes, 4 hours, but hey, 4 hours a private event at Epic Universe, I think will be pretty intense and pretty cool. This is something I am really excited about. And hopefully everything is going well until then, and we will have a great time. And I did the mistake, I spoiled myself about the Helios Grant, and I think I need to see it in person. But everything I saw so far is like, it's only my opinion, of course. I don't think it's worth the money, to be completely honest, because it's their flagship resort, and you don't even have the express passes like you have with all of the other high-end resorts like Hard Rock and so on and so on. You don't have express passes. Your only real advantage is that you get into Epic Universe with the advantage that you are much faster in Epic Universe than the normal guest entrance opening early stuff, because you have the special entrance. So it can maybe save you one ride, but again, this is something I am not interested in. On the AAP. I will definitely not run from the Helios Grant through the park to be the first on Mario Kart and ruin my foot for the rest of the day. This is just not going to happen. And I think this is something I don't take the advantage of. Then I saw the rooms and I saw how big they are. And I think they are even smaller than the ones in Surfside. To be honest, I never saw a normal room at Surfside because I'm staying always at the accessible rooms. They are huge, in my opinion, at Surfside. They are really, really huge. And I don't think that the accessible rooms at the Helios Grant, I haven't seen a single video until now. And let's see. Oh, how nice! You're also going to Universal in November. I will be there from the 10th until 24th. It's great. I really do this channel especially for guys like you. If you need any help with the disability pass, normally it's really, really easy. I only got asked one question. What is the matter? Why can't you just stay in the normal line? I explained my situation. The problem was, I don't know where you're from. It took me on the phone 15 minutes, and I am doing an international call, and those calls are still expensive. And yeah, then they just went back to me and they were like, yeah, you are approved. It will show up in the app as soon as you enter the parks. So yeah, it's an easy setup, and especially with the IBCCES, it's easy. It's really, really easy, and it's helping a lot. As I said, a friend of mine is also autistic, and I think without this pass, she wouldn't be able to write a single thing. And Universal, in my opinion, has really, really well-trained cast members, that they take everything so seriously. I saw something on Hulk that is still staying close to my heart. I was there, I was like, I am not boarding with the stairs and everything. It's just not going to happen. And they were like, yeah, no worries, go to the lift area. And in front of me was a family with a severe autistic small child. But he was the biggest Hulk fan. And the cast member took so much time to make sure he was okay. First, they tried to get the headphones out of him, the noise cancelling headphones. And the parents were like, it's not a good idea because he would be too sensitive then. Then they had special headphones that are approved to go on the roller coaster. They tried those out, and they stopped the entire boarding process for 5 minutes just to make sure this little boy was safe and felt good to go. And I think this is really telling you a lot about the procedure, how Universal is handling people with disabilities. And he was able to go in the end. And this is something I am really interested in just asking at IAAPA. Hey, what is your solution for this? Because a lot of autistic people would really benefit from headphones that are safe to use on roller coasters. Is there any kind of solution, or with the white system, is there any kind of way to get the speaker turned off from a seating place, from a placement where autistic person is sitting. So the person is not getting the full volume of all the noises that are going on. And this is something I think really a lot of people would benefit. And I only saw IAAPA videos, people going from booth to booth, and I am like, no, I don't want to do this. I really want to ask those accessible questions and talk to the engineers, because those headphones, I think, would be an easy thing to edit. I think maybe you can just connect them to the white vehicle, so there was no chance of them getting lost or stuff like that. This would be really, really good. And my tip is, when you are traveling, talk to every cast member you see when you need help. And the first thing you are doing is just go to guest services. And I think this is something Universal is not that good in communicating, because every ride has a different AAP process. And I think they should just make sure those information are more available. I try to cover everything the next time I'm there, but for an example, at Velocicoaster, they are merging the lines in front of the lockers. The worst part, you can merge lines when you have an autistic person with you, in my opinion. But when you are just going up to the cast member and telling them, hey, I can't climb stairs, or it's not a good idea with my daughter and to be in this crowd, they will just escort you to the lift. And at Velocicoaster, the lift will bring you up directly at the boarding area. Then they make the security check there again if something with metal is on you. They have also separate lockers in this area, which I find really convenient. And yeah, this is Velocicoaster. At Hulk, again, this is a complete stupid system, and I think they need to change it. You need to go to the locker area first, put your stuff inside there, then talk to a cast member, tell them, hey, I can't use the stairs. They will give you a physical express pass, and then you need to go to the exit, and then in a backstage area, and then to a lift, and a cast member should be waiting there. I never saw a cast member there. I always went to the security area, to the screening area, to the metal detectors, and tell them, hey, I need to use the lift. Can you help me? They will help you, no worries. But this is something where the communication is not that good. I think most of the other coasters at Gringotts, it's really confusing if you want to go on Gringotts, because you will go through the backstage area with a cast member to go if you want to go be out of the crowds. And the same is going at Epic for Ministry. I think we used 3 or 4 lifts to go to the boarding area. It was something ridiculous like that, because this is something I can't understand. It's a new designed ride. They should have come up with an easier solution. But yeah, the same with my arch enemy, the Stardust Racer. I really hope friends told me they figured something out in the waiting area, because this, I am not autistic, but this coaster nearly broke me because it was way too noisy and people were pushing all the time, and I was just so close to losing my mind and yelling at someone, because I just hate it when people are not respecting personal spaces and trying to skip the line. And the fun part was, a cast member saw that I really close was to losing my shit, and he was like, hey, come with me. And he was getting me out of the line and made sure I was the next one to board the train. He was going right at the exit with me, and he was like, hey, she needs to go. And yeah, just ask the cast members. They will provide that kind of help to you. When you see, most of them, when they see that you are struggling or your daughter is struggling, the cast members will come to you. They will come to you and say, hey, let's go. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Most of the coasters I can't remember a single one that hasn't this. They have this family swapped area for families with small children that want to wait. They can just wait in the waiting area. You can just go there with the daughter, and the rest of the family could wait. And the family area is really near to the exit. So, and again, talk to the cast members. They will make sure to go with your daughter through the boarding process. They have the test seats at most of the big rides at the exit for this occasion, just to make sure that those people can make themselves familiar with the test seats and with the boarding procedure. And again, I saw it many times that they just paused the whole process to make sure that those people are safe. And I think this is really telling you a lot, because they are paid for efficiency. They are paid for how many trains they can get out every hour. And stopping the whole process just for an autistic boy or girl is really cutting off from their efficiency time. But I think it's great that they are doing that. And again, you can just try it out. I really would recommend. The test seats are most of the time also in front of the attraction. And there were also cast members every time at the test seats. Go there and talk to one of the cast members and let him go with your daughter through the process. I think this is your easiest bet. And then tell them, hey, I am on the AAP. She's not good with crowds. And I am really sure that he will make sure that you will go directly to the boarding area in this case. And this is something I think not many people know. The AAP has different stages. I have the lowest tier because I could wait in a normal line, but not for a long time. I can just use the express pass line, and everything is fine. I can't climb stairs. So this is also something that is on my AAP, that if I have a bad day, I need to use the lift. But I know in case of autism or stuff like that, there is a tier in the AAP that is telling you basically that you can't be in any kind of crowded areas with other people that you don't know. And those are the occasions where you, again, go directly to the boarding area. And I think this is great. You will still have a lot of noise going on. I mean, for an example, Velocicoaster is just so unnecessarily noisy in the boarding area. And to be honest, if you just mean the IBCCS, you're definitely fine. They are also fine. My normal medical doctor, not even my specialized doctor, wrote my IBCCES letter in German. And it was just basically saying, hey, she has this fracture of her foot, and there was a lot of arthritis and chronic pain going on, mobility issues. She can't stand in line for a longer period of time. This was basically what my doctor's note from IBCCES was saying. And you will just upload that. And I think it took them 1 or 2 days to approve. So you will have a green check mark on your IBCCS, and during the process you will choose your attractions, what you are going to. In my case it was Universal, and Universal will send you an email after it is approved and will tell you, hey, we will schedule your interview. And most of the time they will schedule the interview the day before you arrived. But I was like, this is not going to happen. I would be way too anxious. I want to have the result now. So you can always call the AAP. They have a special phone number. You can really easy Google it. And even now, you can just Google them and give them a call. They can provide all the information you need. They are really, really nice and really, really kind. And again, I would recommend you calling them as soon as your IBCCS is approved and do the interview then. And don't wait until 1 day before the park. I personally don't know a case where, if everything is gone through IBCCS, that Universal was not giving you the AAP, but I think it's just better for your own peace and mind when you know, okay, my AAP is approved. And then this was something that really shocked me. My AAP for my last trip was still connected to my account. I don't know why. This was definitely a mistake, but this was the thing. I was like, okay, then my AAP will be there forever. No. As soon as they approved my new AAP, my AAP for my Universal app vanished. This was the moment where I got a panic attack. And I was like, why? Why is my AAP gone? Called Universal, and they were like, yeah, it's only connected to one ticket. This is the reason why I now have an annual pass, because then it's connected to your annual pass and you don't need to renew it every time. Because otherwise I just had a 2-week ticket and I needed to apply every time for the AAP. I've got a new ticket, and I was like, the annual pass is just $200 a year more, so I will go with it. And yeah, I really hope that we will run into each other, because the IAPA will still be going on during that time, but I think I don't want to go every day to the IAPA. Maybe on Wednesday, I'm thinking, of course, the special opening night at Epic Universe on Thursday is nice, because an empty park just sounds beautiful without people that are pushing you. It's nice, but maybe we can organize a meet and greet on Saturday or Sunday. That would be nice. Maybe if we find a few more people, this would be a nice thing to do, just to hang out, go to breakfast together or stuff like that. And yeah, maybe I can just help you figuring everything out regarding the AAP and Universal. And I think there are not a lot of information out there. This is, I think, a really, really big problem with the AAP, because we are such a small group of people that are going to Universal and overseen most of the time. I was talking to someone at Epic the last time I was there. She was barely able to walk, and she was alone, and I was like, hey, are you okay? Just making conversation. And she never even heard about the AAP, and I was like, you are going straight now guest service and set stuff like that up immediately, because you need it, they will see you need it, and you will be fine. And yeah, I think Universal is doing such a better job. I never saw people cheating the system at Universal. And I think there is just no reason, because we are still waiting the exact amount of time just outside of the line. And we are not Disney adults that are just there and want every advantage humanly possible. And yeah, the same with me. Without the AAP, if this was the reason why I wanted to have the interview beforehand, because I was like, I want to have a confirmation that I have the AAP, because without the AAP, I am considering not going to. At least, maybe I would still go to Orlando, still go to the IAPA event, and use my express passes for my VIP tour that day. But otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ride a roller coaster. Even with early park admission, if you are not running like you are completely bonkers, you will still wait in line 1 hour for Hagrid's. Velocicoaster, most of the time, it's okay with 10 or 20 minutes, but those 20 minutes would add up every time during my park day. And I think this is something a lot of people don't understand, that the AAP is not a thing nice to have. It's the difference between us going to the parks or us not going to the parks. Because again, I just can't wait 3 or 4 hours in line for Donkey Kong or Ministry. And just because my disability, I should not go to those kind of roller coasters anymore. This is just ridiculous. I just hate those kind of conversations. And I mean, maybe it's because I am so fed up of other human beings, because I hear it all the time. Yeah, when you have a disability, maybe you shouldn't do that kind of stuff. And I'm like, maybe you should just break your leg and have 8 hours in a wheelchair, 8 weeks in a wheelchair or on crutches, and then we can talk back to each other again. Because I think most of the normal and healthy guests are leaking the understanding how it is to live with a constant disability. And I am really fortunate Jake will join me for my next trip. He is from Boston, and his ex-boyfriend was sitting in a wheelchair. One leg was gone, the other one was broken, so he depended heavily on his wheelchair. So Jake exactly knows my needs, and he's never asking. I was like, I'm so sorry, at the Helios we will have an accessible room and not the fancy one with the bathtubs. And he was like, I have rather an accessible room and know that you are safe when you're taking a shower than handling with a medical emergency. And I was like, this is the best way to approach it. I think if she really can't only wait for a couple of minutes, please let the cast members from Universal know during your interview. Tell them precisely so they will bump you up to the highest tier of the AAP. And with this highest tier, you should normally get access to the boarding area immediately without waiting at all. So I know that it is definitely possible for all of the big roller coasters. It's Velocicoaster, I've did it. Hulk, I did it. Stardust Racer, I did it. I even at the Celestial carousel thing, I was like, I am so fed up with other human being. If another person is pushing me, I am losing it right here, right now. How is your crowd behaving? In this condition, I was standing in front of the cast member, and he was like, everyone is a happy noodle here, but I will make sure you are in the front of the line. So he escorted me to the front of the line, and he was like, which animal do you want? And I was like, I am a Chinese rabbit. I want to have the rabbit. And he was like, yeah, I make sure you will get the freaking rabbit. And guess what? He opened the gate, and a girl was past running before me and catch the rabbit. And I was like, what is wrong with humanity? She clearly heard that he was asking me which animal I want, and she did and ran for the rabbit anyway. And you saw the shock in his face. And I was just like, okay, I take the areas because I am a grown-up girl. I don't fight for a freaking animal. It's the same with the Joshi. I am not fighting for a color of a Joshi. And you don't need to push me down the stairs because you want the yellow one. So, yeah. I mean, the Zephyrus Falls, I don't know, is this one of those resorts with free express passes? Then you should definitely be fine. I can understand. If someone is looking crazy at your kids, go for them. I am so fed up with human behavior, and the same is going. I would not recommend you going too early for early park admission, because those lines are getting crazy. They are standing there 2 hours. As soon as City Walks is opening, they are standing in line to get into Islands of Adventure. We're like pushing, and I'm like, just because you are maybe 3 minutes before me on Hagrid's, you are risking everyone's health around you. And they start running, and I would just give you the tip, let them go. The easiest thing I can recommend is go there for early park admission, let the madness unfold, let them go inside of the park. Go inside the park, fetch your AAP return time, and drink a coffee, and watch how people are behaving. It's quite fun to see how people slip and fall onto their face because they are running and every cast member yelling at them, don't run, and they're still running and falling down. This is something, I know maybe I'm a really bad human being, but this is something I am really enjoying. Because I'm like, how often are those cast members are telling you not to do so and you still decide to do so? So have fun. It's more than a waste. I mean, just look some of those YouTube videos. It's like a preparation for a war zone. And the same is with a Super Nintendo World. And digging deeper into the Super Nintendo World, it is designed that way. It's funny because the music alone is making people walk faster. And something is getting triggered there, and people are just nuts. They are not looking left and right. They are pushing, they are running into each other. At Donkey Kong, I was just like, what the heck is happening? They needed to make constant announcement that people shouldn't climb the walls at Donkey Kong. And I'm like, why do you need to make an announcement like that? What is going on? And a cast member told me a story that a boy was climbing on top of the Super Nintendo world. He was on top of all of the area thing, and they needed to call fire and rescue to get him down. And one cast member told me straight in my face, "This is worse than a war zone." I'm like, yeah, it's crazy because I was at Super Nintendo World in Japan, and I think it's because of Japanese people. It was nearly the same setup, but so much more relaxed. No one was pushing, everyone was having a good time. And at Orlando, it's just, first of all, they know it. There are so many barriers. If you have a wheelchair, you need to use all of the lifts, and then the surface is, when it's wet, it's really slippery. People are falling down. I mean, again, I am a bad human being, but people are slipping and falling down all the time at Super Nintendo World. And it's like, yeah, I know Nintendo is quite tough to work. I worked for Nintendo a couple of years, and I know Nintendo is not easy. If you want to have anything licensed by Nintendo, they are a hard bone. But there should have been an easier solution. I mean, it's looking nice with all of the different levels at the Super Nintendo World, but from an inclusive point of view, it's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. They should just have gone with ramps, so wheelchair users could just use ramps instead of the stairs. This is, I don't know, but I remember it that way, that in Japan that there were at least ramps at some spaces for the wheelchair users. They don't have that. You are depending on the lift situation at the Super Nintendo World. And again, the music is turning me insane because it's really fast paced, and I am a Nintendo girl. Again, I worked for the company. I love I love my Joshi, I love my Super Mario, I love my Zelda, Pikmin. I am completely a Nintendo girl, but maybe I'm doing Mario Kart once a day and Yoshi's twice. And maybe Donkey Kong. I mean, Donkey Kong is a really nice ride, but I think it's a short ride, and the wait time is way too ridiculous for the short ride. And so I would rather spend half of my day in Berg. Because Berg is so much more relaxed. The coasters there are fun to have, and Monster Universe is like, if you are German, you see all the language mistakes. And I am a journalist, and having those kind of language mistakes in your face all your time at Epic Universe, it's crazy. I'm getting crazy to see Das Burger. It's Der Burger. It's the article. It's male in German. The burger. It's not a thing. It's male. It's German. It's a crazy language, and they write the word for restroom wrong at Monsters Universe, and I am like, maybe my friend who is severe autistic got a little bit into me with stuff like that. Yeah, and Super Nintendo World, the music is super loud. You definitely need noise canceling headphones for your daughter there, and I would not go with my autistic friend in the Super Nintendo World, to be honest. If she wants to go because she wants to go, I would try it. But I know with her, if we are sitting in the wrong place in the theater at the musicals, she is going insane. We were at Lion King a couple of days ago, and she was like, I need to be at the exit. I need to see the exit. I want to sit at the end of the row so I can be at the exit as soon as I want to. And I am like, not asking any question. We are doing everything that you feel comfortable. And I think because of this setup with those different layers, it is not that easy to escape in case you're getting overstimulated. You know, Epic, Monsters Universe, Berg, Ministry of Magic, it's easy to go back through the portal. But Super Nintendo World is set up with the escalator going through the portal. And then you are on top of it. And when you're realizing at that point that you are overstimulated, you need to go and take the lift down or go down the stairs and then walk left side the portal. And I think maybe we should provide that feedback to Universal, because I made really, really good experiences with providing feedback to them, that there need to be another special easy exit out of Super Nintendo World. Because again, even the exits that exist are not that well signed. And yeah, as I said, you need to go to the lower level to exit Super Nintendo World. And I think if you're stuck on top of it and really feel that you're getting overstimulated, then you need to leave. And I think there was not an easy and accessible way to leave at that point, Super Nintendo World. I think all of the other lands are completely designed to have several ways to go back to the exit. Or like the Harry Potter part is just one street. It's you will always be able to exit really fast. Berg, you have the wound up setup, also really, really easy and really, really fast to exit there as well. And Monsters the same. You have the wound setup. You can just go when you feel that you are overstimulated. But Super Nintendo World is missing it. And again, I've talked to a lot of cast members, and everyone is telling me it's too much, even for the cast members working there. I was talking to a girl that was working for Joshis, and she was like, I will never ever touch a Joshi game in my life if I need to hear this song another time. I am just over the top with this. I can completely understand it. It's worse than It's a Small World. I can completely understand your goal. I had, during my Disney program, a girl from Norway, and she was working at the Frozen attraction. I bet you, when she is hearing Let It Go, she's losing it. She's like, I will never ever hear this freaking sound in my life again. I am over it. If you hear it 8 hours a day on your working basis on repeat, it's too much. But Let It Go is a nice song. Then just think about the Joshi theme for 8 hours. You would go insane. And I think there is even the cast member. Sounds. I don't want to bash about the Super Nintendo World, but those are only the things I witness. Those cast members are not trained on overstimulated, in my opinion. And never ever had I any bad experience, but those cast members, I think they are also struggling to be with the overstimulating. This is the point. I never thought about stuff like that before I met my autistic friend. But everyone is getting overstimulated. Most people are just not realizing it. They are just behaving bonkers because they are not realizing the reason why they are feeling crazy at the moment is overstimulation. And people are so rude. The music is designed that way. I talked to a friend who's a therapist, and she was like, yeah, the music is designed that way because the Nintendo theme and the Nintendo thing is going to hype you up. This is the intention behind the music and the setup at Super Nintendo World. And it's a design choice from Epic Universe because they really wanted to feel each land completely different. And they went with Super Nintendo World with a complete overstimulated and complete loud music stuff. And I think they got a lot of backlash for it. Let's face it this way. And for an example, in Berg, Test Drive is the complete opposite song. It's such a relaxing sound, and it's just feeling comfortable. And Test Drive and all the songs at Berg are inviting you to stroll around. on a psychological standpoint. And this is a complete different design choice. And this is why I, for an example, just love Berg so much more. It's so much more relaxing. And my go-to, if I feel like I am just overstimulated, I need to rest, is the fountains in front of the Helios Grand. There is so much space, you will never bump into another person, and just sit there, watch the fountains, and relax. And I don't know why the music is so super loud at Super Nintendo World. I mean, at Berg, it's more like a background noise. You can still have a conversation normally. At Super Nintendo World, you need to yell at each other to communicate. And I think I heard that the music is louder in the evenings. Maybe they can turn it down in the mornings. And this is something I really wanted to give Universal as feedback as well. I don't know if it's possible, but maybe opening up the parks for a few hours a month, maybe 1 month, 1 day a month for autistic people. A day where they just turn down the music, especially at the roller coasters and stuff like that. I mean, I know that a lot of shops, IKEA, for an example, here in Germany, my hometown, has now an hour dedicated to autistic people that can go shopping without music turning on, and just to give them a smoother experience. And I don't know if it's possible for the theme park industry to do stuff like that, but I think it would be worth a try to try it out in one park, 1 month, and every month, 1 day. I think this would be a really, really great idea. And I think not even only autistic people would come there. People like me that just don't want to get too close to other people and just can't stand when people are having the conversation so loud that I am like, I don't need to know everything about your love relationship, my dear. We are standing here in line for 5 minutes together, and now I know your completely love background. It's just not necessary, you know. Those conversations and those waiting lines, it's just like, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with human beings? And at the Zephyr 4, I don't know how loud the music in the resort is. I know that at Surfside, at least in the evening and the later hours, they are turning the music down. During the day, the music at Surfside is still pretty loud, in my opinion, especially in the pool area. And if you are talking to them, maybe they can figure something out. Yeah, I think so. I think an autistic park day, especially, I mean, Disney will never do stuff like that because Disney has completely lost its way, in my opinion. But if enough people are suggesting stuff like that, and this is again something I really want to discuss and talk to at IAAPA. I know that not Universal and Disney are not at IAAPA. They are only the construction workers, the engineers of the roller coasters. But I think this is the first point. When the engineers are understanding those problems, they can maybe find solutions for them. It would be really, really cool just to talk to the engineers because, again, before I met my autistic friends, I never thought about the needs of those people. The same is going for a friend of mine who is blind. I still have some prejudices. She's always coming to me and she's like, don't you think I can do it? And I'm like, I don't know, you can't see, how will you do it? But most of the time she can figure out a way on her own. She don't need to be overprotected. And the same is with my autistic friend. I learned like, okay, she will communicate what she is needing. And she had the really, really bad situation. She has ADHD, she is autistic, and on top of it, at the moment, she has an burnout, and a normal burnout on top of ADHD and autism. And finding help for her was quite a challenge because not many therapists are specialized in those kind of things. And It's so bad. She was with me in the hospital doing my medical checkup, and she was there sitting with her headphones, and everyone was staring at her. And I was like, she is just wearing headphones. What is the problem with other people? I know how bad must it be for her witnessing everyone is staring at her just because of the headphones. And I don't think that one of those cast members or any attraction will be the problem. Other people will be the problem. And this is something I would definitely recommend you when you are going maybe to Epic. I think the Fall, you don't need to use the shuttles to City Walk. But when you're going to Epic, talk to your bus driver. I know those bus drivers are a pain in the ass sometimes because they are not Universal, they are Mears Connect. They are a different company, and sometimes they just don't give a shit. And you really need to talk. Most of the time, I am just going to the cast member at the bus loop and telling them, hey, I need a place to sit down. I know the bus driver don't care. Can you please go to the bus and make sure I have a place to sit down? Because I have 2 stories with the bus drivers where I was just like, hey, you need to do something, Universal. I wanted to go from City Walk directly to Epic without going to Surfside. And I saw the bus to Epic Universe. And the cast member was like, go for it, he will wait. He was waiting. I am not the fastest walker. As soon as I was in front of the bus, he closed the doors and drove away. And the cast member saw it, I saw it, and I was like, and he was like, I am calling him. He is going back, he is coming back. This is not a behavior we accept. And I was like, when is the next bus coming? He was like, yeah, it can take 15 to 20 minutes. We don't have so many buses in the loop for Epic. And I was just annoyed of this bus driver because he could clearly have just waited for me those couple of minutes, seconds. And the next one was going back from Epic to Surfside. The bus was so completely full, and I asked the bus driver, hey, I need to sit down. Was trying to ask the people, and they were like, oh, we are also tired, just don't give a shit. If you have a disability, you shouldn't go. Yeah. If you weren't that fat, you wouldn't have a disability, all of that stuff. And I was just, at the end of the day, I'm like, I can't deal with this because if I'm dealing with it, I will yell at them. And so I left the bus and went to the cast member, explained my situation, and he was like, I am going with you to this stupid bus. And they will walk to Surfside if they say a single thing. And I'm like, okay, thank you. It's I would, if you have a wheelchair, I mean, it sounds so crazy, but if you have those accessible items, use them. I tended to never do stuff like that. I never used my foldable crutches. I never used my bandages or medical rails or stuff like that because I'm like, I am not needing them on a daily business. But it's showing the other people that I maybe need help. It's crazy. It's completely crazy that you need to make your disability visible to get acceptance from other people. And don't worry, when your children needs time to get strapped in the bus, then they need the time. Other people, it's not of the other people's business. If they want a faster bus, go with an Uber or walk there. I'm so sorry, but I am so fed up with this kind of behavior from other human beings because I am thinking like, it's only taking 2 or 3 minutes out of your day. But without those 2 or 3 minutes, those people won't be able to participate. So just give them this moments. And it's the same with boarding at the attractions. Just give them the time to board the attractions. Then maybe you are riding 3 minutes later. It's not a big deal for you, but for them, it means the world to do the roller coaster. And it's, I am just so sad and speechless when I read stuff like that because I am like, your children should be able to have the best time of their life in those theme parks. They are struggling in their normal life every day. So just give them those few days off and let them have a great time at Universal. And again, Universal will definitely provide all the help that you need. All the cast members are really well trained on that topic, but the people around you, those are the problems. I don't know. I never had a panic attack in my life, but after my last 2 weeks at Epic, I had my first panic attack standing at Stardust Racer because I don't know if you heard the story. A girl pushed me so hard in the locker that I broke my rib. And I was like, I need to go there again because otherwise it will suck in my head. And I went to the locker area and really was like, I'm done. Talk to the cast member, please let me go out. I can't just do the ride at the moment. And he was like, take a breath, we are working through it. And he was like, do you want to ride the roller coaster? And I'm like, yeah, I really want to, but you see, maybe it's not the smartest choice. And he was like, okay, I will call our supervisor, and our supervisor is going with you directly to the boarding area and getting you out of every crowded area. So you are able to ride the roller coaster. I'm sorry, every one of the cast member heard what had happened the other day to you. We may make sure you have a great time. So again, talking to the cast member is really important. I mean, at one point there was a meme backstage with the Universal cast members because of the yellow Joshi. I mean, someone basically pushed me down the stairs during the walk around thing at Joshi's because he wanted the yellow Joshi and I was not fast enough. He wanted the yellow one. And I'm like, ask for the yellow Yoshi and I don't care which color my Yoshi had. If it's pink, I don't care. I want to go on the ride. I am a grown-up adult. So this was a meme, the yellow Joshi, because I was going to the cast member and I'm like, the next time I'm playing a Joshi game, the yellow Joshi is going in the lava pit. And this was a meme going on. And I'm like, okay. Okay. And then the other one that really put me to first aid was at Mario Kart. They have a really special procedure for the AAP. Maybe good to know because Mario Kart would be something maybe your kids will enjoy. If you are not able to stand in the normal line or use any stairs, you need to go straight to the line. There is a rope. Wait there for a cast member. Only people with the AAP are allowed in that area. A person was so effing drunk because they are selling every kind of hard alcohol at Epic Universe that he stepped directly onto my metal plate in my foot and nearly was able to crush it with that much force. Again, cast member saw it and she was like, okay, I will bring you to first aid. Do you want to ride? I'm like, yeah, I mean, my foot is done. There was nothing that can get worse. So yeah, please. So she was able to bring me to Mario Kart and first aid was waiting at the exit and helped me out. And they, I don't know, a second. They gave me this small little beauty because they felt so sorry. The first aid responder heard all the stories of what had happened over the past couple of days to me at Epic, and he was like, he is going with you, he will travel the world, I want pictures from him everywhere, so he is getting the pictures, and this is definitely a tip. If you need to decompress and just need a space where you just can sit down, go to first aid. They will not ask any questions. They will just provide you a space where your children just can breathe. Most of the time they will offer you a Gatorade or stuff like that. And they are there if you want to talk to them. They will help you. But if you only need to have a place to sit down, they will also respect it. And I think most people never ever think about going to first aid for this kind of occasions, but this is where they're there for. And to give you a perspective, that really shocked me because of the Stardust Racer incident. Epic Universe has 6 times more first aid responder there on property every day, more than Disney has at any of their parks. So at Epic Universe, you are definitely safe. And I think this is definitely good to know. And even in the other parks, I went to first aid at Kennedy Space Center because, again, someone pushed me because he wanted to be in the bus before me. And I'm like, I can't get pushed because I don't have stability with my foot. What is wrong to go in my personal space all the time? I don't know. But I was there as well. So first aid definitely is helping you. And they are the first aid responder I had, he was a normal doctor at an emergency room. And now for his pension, he just don't want to stay at home all the time. He is working as a first aid responder at Epic Universe. And he was so cool. He was like, okay, it's late in the evening. I don't think you should be in the park now. Just let your foot relax. He took a wheelchair, iced my foot, and wheeled me to the bus station, to the bus loop at Epic Universe, and helped me into the bus and told the bus driver, hey, go and tell Bell Service she is here, and Bell Service will help you to your room. He made sure that I would be safe from first aid until my hotel room. And yeah, again, this is something not many people are thinking about when they are talking about first aid. Most of them are running past, and this is something, especially with your children, definitely make sure you know all of the first aid locations at the parks, because they are super helpful. They are super, super helpful. Even if you're feeling like maybe they will have epilepsy or stuff like that, go there. They are medical trained, they can help. And this is, I mean, it's so crazy. So many bad things happened during my last Universal trip. But I still wanted to go back because Universal provided such an excellent service. I mean, I never used them, and I don't think I need because I have an annual pass, but they gave me 2-week all parks free tickets because of everything. They were like, you had the worst time of your life. We want to give you free tickets back. So the next time you can come back, you don't need to pay for entrance. So as I said, I don't need them now because I have the annual pass, but I will use them maybe for Epic or stuff like that. And I never asked for them. I didn't want stuff like that. I didn't want a toothless plush. I even got from another one those Zelda mug because he felt so sorry for me, and I didn't want those freebies. But Universal is like, hey, we want our guests to have a good time and don't want them to suffer through their vacation. And I know, especially when you're staying on property, they are really valuing you as a person. And I think this is really, really good to know that you're appreciated by Universal. And I had a strange tradition. It's crazy when you think about it, because I was this close to guest services at the end. They know my face. When I entered Epic, they know who I was with Islands of Adventure, because I was going there every time during early admission, just going there and said hi. And I provided them a feedback. I provided guest service every morning a feedback about things that maybe could get better. And they wrote everything down. And I saw a few, the Stardust Racer line. After my whip incident, they changed the line. The next day, the complete line was separated. They only let a few people in front of the lockers to avoid exactly that situation to happen again. And this is something I find really, really cool to see, that Universal is really taking that serious. That they are like, okay, we had that incident, make sure this is not going to happen again. And I think this is really, really cool. And never saw stuff like that at Disney. And I made a recommendation. It's just like human beings would be awful. Now, hidden disabilities are a problem. Cast members can't easily identify it. Completely understandable. And I was like, make a toothless plush. And instead of the skull, make a red cross inside of it. And people with hidden disabilities can decide if they want to wear the pin or not. In this way, cast members can immediately see, okay, this person maybe needs help. But then there are other human beings. They were like, okay, within 2 weeks, those pins would be on eBay. And I'm like, I know. And if Universal would do stuff like that, they needed to change the color of his tail, I think, once a month or stuff like that, because people would sell this pin for attention. And the worst thing is, I mean, good for you if you want it, but I just hate those Universal, attention buttons. I'm calling them attention buttons. It's from my first visit, 2015, never wore it, but I really wanted it that back in that day. And the happy birthday ones are the worst. Most of them, their birthday is not even close, but they just want the attention and everyone's saying happy birthday to them. And I'm just like, I just want to survive as a human being. I don't need extra attention. And another fun story just to make you laugh on a Friday. At Surfside, you can't make that stuff up. I was staying in my accessible room, 2 o'clock in the night. Family in the room next to me was moving in. There was a connection door. They tried to open this connection door for 2 hours. And I was just like, I'm losing it. But at one point they need to sleep. Yeah, they went to sleep and had pleasure with each other so loud they were banging each other, screaming at each other. And I was just like, what in the world did I wrong to deserve this? Second night, I was like going downstairs and I was like, I need earplugs. Otherwise, I will go insane. And they were like, yeah, here you go. Everything is fine. The third day, I was going back for a midday break at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And then they started again at 3 p.m. And I was like, I'm done. I am done. Going down to guest services, really close to crying. The manager from Surfside already had known everything that was going on. And she was like, please don't cry. Please don't cry. We will move you. We will give you a new room. Call bell service when you pack everything up and we will help you to your other room. Please don't cry. Here is some free food. And I was like, thank you. Maybe I should have come the first day and didn't need to suffer through 2 days of this. But yeah, it's always the best decision to ask for stuff like that. And another thing is, I don't know why, I don't know what had happened. The moment I checked in Surfside, I did the check-in process and Marcus was telling me, hey, the manager want to talk to you. And I'm like, I've never ever checked into a hotel in my life with the note that a manager wants to talk to me. I don't know if it's good or bad, what have I done wrong? And she was like, yeah, we heard about everything that went wrong with the Superstar shuttle. Here you have a free meal. You can use it at Starbucks or the restaurant, something to eat and drink on the house, because we are sorry for the mess up with the Superstar shuttle. Never ever think about stuff like that, but they are giving that out because they want us guests to be happy. And yeah, I just hate it when people are staring at people that are clearly autistic or just need help. And I can completely understand that you don't like to give her this ribbon or label her. I completely understand it. I have problems to this day wearing the sunflower lanyard because I am like, for me, I mean, it's more here in Germany, the sunflower lanyard is not a thing at all. But for me, it's more like a mental disability, and I don't want to get associated with this kind of disability. But for mobility issues, it's the same at the airport. I think you can have a story or two with this as well. I have special assistance because I am not able to walk through Frankfurt Airport. It's one of the largest airports. I need help from gate to gate. I don't need the wheelchair. I just would be profit from those cars that are going around. And I always tell them, hey, take the wheelchair away. I can board without a problem. Because when you are in a wheelchair and you are boarding, you will have at least one person that is going at you. She is cheating the system, Jesus miracle, because people don't understand to this day that a wheelchair is an accessible item. And not everyone who is using a wheelchair can't move at all. And yeah, it's crazy. And Universal Disabled Guest Program. A fun fact is Kennedy Space Center. The first aid at Kennedy Space Center. The girl that was at first aid was the girl that was like, you need to start a YouTube channel. You need to give people a voice. You need to show people that even with a disability, you can still have a great time. And yeah, this is the reason why I started it. And again, Universal, my channel is not big enough for their creator program. I talked to them and they were like, we really like your direction, but your audience is not big enough. And I completely understand it. Look at the other big channels. But they are like, you have a niche. Because everyone else is just talking about food and the newest roller coasters or events that are happening. And you have a complete different approach. And you really should continue doing it. And again, I was pretty shocked in a positive way that IAPA was like, yeah, you will get a press credential and have the opportunity to go here. And I think stuff like that can help the channel grow in the future. I know I will never be able to reach a huge audience because it's really, really specialized. But I think it's good that all of us can find a way to connect to each other, because I felt really alone during my last trip, to be honest. I mean, the first 2 days were nice because I met Jake from Boston, spent those days with him. But that problem was I completely overdone it with him. I was completely going over my limit. I was roped up to firework, not spending a single rest minute. And I just remember sitting at The Simpsons at 10 p.m. and I nearly threw up because my body was so done. And he had the best time of his life at The Simpsons, and I was just praying that I'm not throwing up in this roller coaster. And after leaving, he was like, yeah, Mummy is still open. Let's go to Mummy. And I'm like, I am so sorry, but I'm done. And he was like, you need to communicate it. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to push you over your limits. And yeah, the next day I was completely crushed. And I'm like, okay, this is not the way anymore I can approach a theme park day. And I was going to guest services because I was just exhausted and nearly crying. And my body was just telling no, no, no. And I was at that point, then the Jushi incident happened. I was sitting in my hotel room at Surfside, emailing the manager, and I was like, I think I need to go home. I just can't anymore. I'm done. And she was like, you are coming downstairs and we will have a talk. I still have a nice connection to Megan, to the manager from Surfside. And she was like, you are not going. We are going tomorrow to guest service and set the AAP up for you. That will relieve all of this stress from you. So you don't need to suffer through pain during a theme park day. And I was like, I had that crazy and bad experience at Disney. I don't think I am disabled enough for the program. And she was looking at me. I am on the AAP. The fun thing is she had the exact same injury and disability as me. She also has a fused foot, and she's like, I am using the wheelchair every time I'm going to Disney because otherwise people don't know. And I'm like, she was the one that really gave me my love for Universal back. And yeah, with chronic fatigue, this is the reason why I'm saying stay on property. I have every day at noon, most of the time I'm just going whoop, do everything that I want with the AAP, maybe go to studios afterwards, most of the time not, and then just hang out at the hotel or at my room for 2 or 3 hours and then go to Epic. Because I am just not able to do it anymore. Maybe for 1 or 2 days, but Yeah, chronic fatigue is another thing. A friend of mine, after COVID, she suffered from chronic fatigue. She wouldn't be able to do a theme park day without the AAP stuff that is supporting her, and no one would see it. And yeah, it's such a shame, because I can guarantee you no one will see your struggle at the theme park, and people were judging you all the time, because people are so stupid human beings. And I don't know if you already have, but please, I don't know the email address from Sephora Falls, write them, write guest services, and let them know in advance. I think it's so they can definitely make sure that the music, at least at your floor, is getting turned down for your kids. I think this could really be helpful, and short ways that you get a room close to the entrance, because those resorts are big. Surfside also is doing this for me every time. They are like, you are going to Tower 1 because Tower 1 is the closest to the bus stop. So you don't need to go through the whole resort when you want to go to the buses. So definitely talk to Sephora Falls. It's always, they will give you, we can't guarantee, because they can't, but never had an issue. It's the exact thing. People don't see it, they assume you are fine, but you are not. And I as I said, I'm just so fed up. I'm so fed up of having those arguments, having every day, and telling people, hey, I have the disability. And I had my medical evaluation because I want to have my percentages of disability today. And he was like, yeah, of course you can use special assistance and stuff like that. You have a disability. Most of the people that are faking their disability just want to have advantages. And you are the person that are thinking about getting the advantages needs the advantages, in his opinion. And I'm like, yeah, I think this is completely legit. And again, please let Sephora Falls know. Write them an email. You will find the email address with guest services. If you write them just on the Universal app or on the Universal page, they will give you the email address, and let them know your needs so they can provide everything. I think this is really important. I never thought about thinking about like stuff like that, but I saw when I booked Surfside that there are rooms with bathtubs, and I'm like, this is just not going to happen. And I was just asking for, hey, I know you have rooms with a shower. This would be enough. And they were like, no, you're getting an accessible room because you have more space and it's more approachable. And when you're staying for a longer period of time, it's not that big of a problem. At the Helios, I am just there for one night. They are like, we just can't guarantee you the accessible room, because if a wheelchair user is staying for a week, let's say at the Helios, he will get the accessible room. And I completely understand it. And I was like, yeah, a shower. I booked a theme park view, and those rooms are completely limited. And they are like, a shower, yeah, we are really trying to. And I'm like, you know what? In the worst case, you have a gym, you have a pool. I can shower in the morning at Surfside, and then the next day at the evening at Surfside. If it's completely not possible to get a shower or an accessible room at the Helios, don't bother. It's okay. I don't think that this will be the case, but they just wanted to make sure that they about it. Yeah. Again, it's definitely a good idea just to send the hotel an email. Let them know everything that you maybe need, and again, the accessible rooms, I definitely would recommend them, especially with your kids with special needs, because they are bigger. Especially when you are having wheelchairs, those rooms are designed that you can still use your wheelchair and have enough space. And the showers are really, really good. Yeah, okay, you will flood your whole bathroom every time you take a shower, but I think there was just no other solution to be accessible at this point. The only thing I was not realizing, Jake, my friend from Boston, was because, as I said, his ex-boyfriend was in a wheelchair. He was like, the sink is way too high up. A person with a wheelchair wouldn't be able to use the sink. Again, this was something I didn't even was realizing. And another thing was like, this was really interesting because I am really into those kind of stuff because, as I said, my friend is blind. And they even have at Universal accessible rooms for blind person and accessible rooms for people without hearing. So in case of an emergency in the blind person room, they will note everything with sounds going off. In the person for the deaf people, they will have set everything up with lights. And they know every accessible room on the floor, and they have even a share lift access because in case of fire they can't use the elevators, so they have at every floor the wheelchair lift there at the stairs as well. Things you will never notice. Another thing was, I've never saw stuff like that, and I found it really, really great. You have this little thing where you can look out if someone is in front of your door. And in the accessible rooms, there was also a look out tiny little hole for people in a wheelchair, so that they also can use this. So this is how you can see an accessible room from the outside. They have two of those holes, one an eye level of a normal human being and one of an eye level of a wheelchair user. And this is cool. This is so amazing that they really provided that much detail in inclusion in those hotels. Never saw stuff like that in another hotel, and I think it's great how they really thought about stuff like that. Every hotel pool has a wheelchair lift as well. There's another thing that is really, really good and really, really nice to know. And yeah, I think again, accessible rooms are the way to go if you need them. They were like, because I'm staying 2 weeks most of the time, they will upgrade you to the suite when you're staying that long at Surfside. But they were like, I think the accessible room is just better for you. And they even made a note, because I am a Velocicoaster girl, I will get a room key with blue with a Raptor on it, because they know this is my favorite coaster. I will get the white key card when I'm going back. Even this is on my file with all the notes they made about me. I don't want to read them. The same is with all the incidents reports I filled out the last time. I am just like, just don't read them. Just don't read them. I am the worst customer in the world. And Universal were like, none of those incidents was your fault. Everything is because other guests are stupid human beings. And I'm like, yeah, maybe, but it's still annoying. And I mean, it shouldn't be the way that guest service is greeting you as soon as you enter a park. This shouldn't be the way that they know your name. It's ridiculous, but I think it's a good sign. Again, at Disney, I am again, I was an old cast member. I'm just disappointed in their disability service. And I was just asking for the Christmas party because I was like, it sounds cool. I really want to go to Magic Kingdom. And yeah, I just was asking if they have the DAS to set up for the Christmas party. And they were just about compensation. And I'm like, never was interested in this, but go F yourself. It's crazy. And at Universal, I was even asking, hey, for the IAAPA event, is my AAP still active? And they are like, at IAAPA, every attraction will be a walk-in. You don't need an AAP. And I think this is crazy. The most people that are going to IAAPA don't even know about that they are opening up Epic a whole day. I think I saw only 2 YouTube videos about it from the last IAAPA. Or most people are just not interested in it because a lot of people are going for the arcade section or stuff like that. And I am like, you are opening up Epic just for us? This is cool. Yeah, it's so sorry about Disney. I just can't understand, because Disney should be the company that is taking care of disabled people. Disney should be the flagship. And Disney was. During my time as a cast member, I was an old trained cast member. I needed to go to Disney University for 1 week to learn everything about the Disney way and the customer service. And our system was strict. If you weren't behaving in front of the guests, there was a point system. 1 point for small things. Maybe you are late to work for 5 minutes, then you will get a point. 3 points is a reprimand. At the third reprimand, you will get termed. And for us international, was it, if we get termed, we have 72 hours to leave the country. So never ever mess with the company rules was our approach. And we got a point for leaning on the table when we were on stage as a merchandise cast member. It was that strict back in the days. And now you see people are talking to each other during a white breakdown, cast members, without paying attention to the guests. And this was something that really, really made me crazy. I mean, at Universal, every time a ride is breaking down, the cast members are trying to put up a show. The cutest and sweetest thing I saw was at Kong Skull Island. A small boy just wanted to go on Kong. And they were like, no, Kong is exploring the attraction. Kong is not there at the moment. He will be back soon. Come back in 10 minutes and Kong will be there again. So they really made the kid just having fun with Kong. Yeah, it's sad with Disney because I think Disney Tokyo Sea and Disneyland Tokyo are still Disney. And you will just pay $40. For me, it's cheaper to fly to Japan and go to the Disney Japan parks. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that it's cheaper to go to Japan. And there they have excellent customer service, clean parks. Disney Sea is one of the best Disney parks in the world. I would go to Disney. You have vending machines where you can buy a drink for 100 yen, 50 cents at the moment, 70 cents at the moment. Because they just want the guests to have a great time and don't want to make money out of everything. And I think it's a shame. It's a shame what Orlando Disney World has become. I mean, you see that they just want to make money. You don't have a Lynx bus station anymore. You don't have a Lynx bus station. Back in the days, you could go to Ticket Transportation Center with the Lynx bus and then go to every other park from there. They got rid of those transportation because they want you to use the car and pay for the parking. Now you need, if you want to go from the Ticket and Transportation Center to Hollywood Studios, you need to go for one station on the monorail to the Grand Floridian, go through the Grand Floridian, go down the stairs, go to the bus stop, and then go to Hollywood Studios, which will take you at least 1 hour from the Ticket and Transportation Center. Just so they can annoy you that much that you are like, okay, we will just go with our car. Magical Express, gone. I mean, this is something I'm like, Universal never offered it for free. So I don't mind paying for the Superstar Shuttle. And I think $30 for return is quite okay for airport transportation to the resorts. But yeah, Magical Express was free. And they got rid of it. And I'm like, yeah, Express Pass was a free service from Disney. And this was the point where the DAS system was escalating so bad because they got rid of the free Express Passes and the crazy Genie Plus and Lightning Lane system. Nobody is really understanding. And yeah, the DAS is the only option to get those kinds of stuff for free. And I'm like, Disney adults are always like, yeah, Universal is not sticking to the law because they are not allowed to ask for the doctor's note. And I'm like, Universal is not asking for the doctor's note. They have IBCCES, who is doing the medical stuff. So I think this is a huge difference. And Disney, I think if they want to, and they could just make their own company that is doing stuff like that, or they just could hire IBCCES just to get rid of a few people. There were still people that cheat the system. But I think it wouldn't be possible anymore to rent an e-scooter or a wheelchair and just show to guest relations or guest services at Disney and say, hey, I want the DAS. I think if they have a system like Universal in place, this would not be happened anymore. And I think this is completely, you see the difference. At Universal, you will barely see an e-scooter or a wheelchair or stuff like that. Only people that really needing it. And I think this is how normal you would see a wheelchair and e-scooter. At Disney, there were e-scooters everywhere because they just want to have the special attention. And I'm like, are you calculating in your hand? Renting an EV scooter for an entire day, then you could just easily just pay for Genie Plus. This is something I'm just not understanding by those people. If you are renting those kind of stuff, you can just buy Genie Plus or Lightning Lane. It would be the exact same amount of cost, I think. I mean, the wheelchair service from Universal is really affordable. I was thinking about the VIP tour is 7 hours. And I'm like, it's studios on and islands. Yeah, breakfast and lunch is included, so I think you will have breaks. But I was like, 7 hours are a long time, especially in the backstage area where maybe seating is not that often provided. And they were like, no worries. If you feel the need any time and any point during the tour, let the tour guide know. And you can rent a wheelchair for $15 a day. And Jake from Boston will be with me there as well, so he could help me with a wheelchair. I hope that I don't need it, but knowing the information and knowing that Universal would provide it is just a peace of mind for me. It's just, okay, if I can't handle it, it's easy to go, just rent a wheelchair. And I think this is a really easy and helpful situation. And they even said, yeah, okay, we will make a note so the tour guide will know that maybe this group is a little bit slower than he would normally expecting it. Yeah, I think a wheelchair for free, I think $15. I mean, it's basically free in my opinion. I think maybe they should provide it to people like us for free, but I am glad that they even thinking about it, because wheelchair services at Disney starts at, I think, 30 or $50 a day. So I think $15 are completely fine. And the other thing you will have with the VIP tour is express passes unlimited for that day. I'm like, I am a crazy girl. I want to ride the marathon distance in Velocicoaster in one day. And Jake was like, that sounds like a stupid plan. I'm on it. And I'm like, yeah. I calculated we need to ride Velocicoaster 26 times to have the full marathon distance. I'm not sure if this is working out because Velocicoaster is pretty intense. Normally, when I'm doing it 2 or 3 times a day, I am feeling it. But 26 time Velocicoasters in one go is maybe little bit much, but maybe a dual marathon distance with all the roller coasters available would be a better guess. But maybe we will try it out with Velocicoaster and see how many times we can go on Velocicoaster without me throwing up at one point, like in The Simpsons. I'm not good with motion simulators. It's like when I did once the Forbidden Journey thing at the Hogwarts Castle. I did not know if I just had a motion sickness. Comes and goes with me. Sometimes I am getting really motion sick, sometimes not. For an example, on sea, when I'm going with the ship, never had a problem with seasickness. I was, as a press journalist, out of the sea with 6 meters waves, and my press boat driver was throwing up all the time. And I'm like, I have a driver's license for boat. I think I will take the boat from now on because I don't feel to be safe to to drive this boat anymore. So this kind is nice. And then we had NVR coaster in Europa Park, themed to Valerian, to the sci-fi movie back in the day. This was really, really bad. I needed to sit down at least half an hour afterwards, and I was like, I just don't want to die. Then I am really, really bad with spinning. So the teacups or stuff like that, I would never ever touch those things or coasters. The same is with at Epic Universe, this dragon thing that is spinning around. I'm like, I am not sure if I just want to try it because this could ruin the rest of the day. Maybe I will try it out in the evening, and if I feel sick in the hotel, it's not that bad than feeling sick the rest of the day. Never had a problem with Wingwarts, for an example, and at Skull Island, they replaced the 3D thing with the new screens. Those are working pretty well. Transformers and Spider-Man is not an issue. Mario Kart was not an issue, but the Harry Potter thing would not touch it anymore. I don't know if I would be that sensitive again, but as I did it the last time, I felt so sick for a couple of hours. And a friend of mine didn't feel a thing, and he was chugging down the butterbeer just right next to me, and I was like, hey, stop it. If I need to smell the butterbeer right now, it's not ending well for both of us. So take your stupid butterbeer and drink it somewhere else. It's just, yeah, it's weight restrictions for epilepsy. It's I think you should just skip all those indoor things. You should skip Spider-Man, you should skip Transformers, and all those coasters that are, or Simpsons. Velocicoaster don't have many flashlights, for an example. I don't know how old they are. You can definitely go on the Bugbeat, on the bird thing from Harry Potter. This is a small coaster without any flashing effects. Hagrid's has in the dark area quite heavy flashing effects. Maybe this could be too much. The Hiccups Wing Driver at Epic with Toothless, definitely a go. This is definitely a coaster they will enjoy. There's not, if you're going on the daytime. In the nighttime, they could be a lot of flashlights, but in the daytime, the Toothless thing is completely outdoor. You should be fine with Toothless. Mario Kart, definitely not. Mario Kart, first of all, it's so extremely overstimulating, too much going on, and you will have a lot of flashlights. Mario Kart, definitely skip. But Yoshi's, for an example, completely fine. Don't think Donkey Kong should also be fine. Donkey Kong didn't have as much flashlights as I can remember. Again, this is another ride you should go on during daytime, because during daytime, those flashy effects on those outdoor coasters are not that bad. So Donkey Kong and Hiccups definitely during daytime. Stardust Racer is just pretty intense. I love it, but maybe it's too intense, and definitely you can go on the carousel thing at Epic Universe. Just don't go for the rabbit, because people are going crazy for the rabbits, as I realized. Monster, I would completely skip. Frankenstein, they have a lot of warning signs for flashing lights. Frankenstein is pretty intense with all the light stuff is going on. Werewolf, I was the only ones I didn't like the coaster. I don't know. I know they are a lot of fans for Werewolf, but I don't like it. Ministry will not give you motion sickness, because it's like Rise of the Resistance. It's not screen based. You will go from scene to scene basically, but there are a little bit of flashing is going on at Ministry, but I think this could work. But there again, this is a coaster where you definitely need to check in with the cast members, because the entrance for the AAP is an absolute nightmare. You could definitely meet Hiccup, and again, this is another tip, meeting Hiccup and Toothless. They don't have AAP, but when your children wants to go to Toothless, you normally first of all, you could go late in the evening. Then it's just 10 minutes. You can walk up to Toothless. Or when you want to go during the daytime, talk to the cast member. They will say, hey, come back on this time, and then we will give you fast access to them. So saw it a couple of times happening, and this is going on for most of the character meet and greets. Just talk to the cast members who are there with the characters and explain the situation, and they will make sure that you don't need to be inside of the crowd. With Velocicoaster, with the Raptor Encounter, the same thing. There was no AAP line. Let them know, and they will backstage you. You will go into the exit, and then you can be the next guest. Again, this is another thing. Just communicate with the cast members, and most of the time they are gladly helping you and providing you with all the information. I think character meet and greet is definitely a thing your kids will enjoy. And another thing Universal is doing so well with character meet and greet, when they see that there was a group with the children, and people are walking by and want to take pictures of the character, the cast member are going to the person who took picture and are like, delete this photo. There were not your children in the picture. Delete this photo, please. If you want to have a picture with a character, just go through the line. Nice, and not that they are yelling at the people. They're just explaining, hey, it's not okay to take a picture of children that are not yours. Universal is doing it definitely really, really well. I mean, the character meet and greets, besides Toothless and Velociraptor with Raptor Encounter, are a walk up. Spider-Man is also indoors, I think. But all of the other characters are just walking around. And again, just let the cast member know. And just be aware of Beetlejuice, because he is an asshole. I am getting scared so easily. I was just minding my own business, sitting on a bench and looking at my phone. Beetlejuice was just jumping behind me and screaming at me, and I nearly flipped my phone into the pond, into the sea area. And I'm like, yeah, great. Hope you had a great time. The same is going to Mummy. The person on the stilts knows me by this point, because we had the craziest and funniest interaction. He is not supposed to laugh, but he was really struggling. I was going out of Mummy's into the shop with a friend of mine. My friend just said hi to the person on the stilts. He was inside the shop. He said hi to him. I was going there, looking around, and at one point looking up, see him. I started yelling like a guinea pig, squeaking and jumping half a meter back to the shop. The cast member on the cashier, she was losing it. She was laughing so hard. My friend was losing it. And the person on the stilts, he was not supposed to laugh, but he was laughing. He was laughing so hard, and I'm like, I had the tradition at Skull Island. Back in the days, they had scare actors inside of the crowd. I was the asshole that was like, oh, there was a nice group of girls in front of me. Just push them in front of the corner, so let them see if there was a scare actor. So if they react, I know there was something. I was really that asshole. Yes. I know, I am getting scared. I nearly was taking everyone down with me during Disneyland Paris. I was like, hey, Disneyland Halloween can't be that bad. Disney World's Halloween, not so scary Halloween party. Yes, I thought Disneyland Paris has the same approach. No, they are a full-blown horror show. At Pirates, they have scare actors. In the main street, they have scare actors. I was not prepared for it. And my friends were like, yeah, guy, let's go to the scare zones. And I'm like, you don't want to go with me to the scare zones. It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. You will be in the middle of our group and everything will be fine. A pirate was jumping in front of me. I was starting to jump and nearly took everyone with me into the lake in front of Pirates in Paris. We were with our foots in the freaking lake. And everyone was like, okay, no scare zones. I told you why you are not going with me into scare zones. Yeah, if I am doing Horror Nights, I will definitely get the loser button, like they are calling them. This button that are telling the scare actors not to scare you. I would be that person that is wearing a loser button. I know. But the problem is, in the houses, the scare buttons don't count. They don't give a shit if you wear a scare button. I don't know if it's the right idea for me to go to Horror Nights into the houses. And I mean, everyone around me will have a blast. Every scare actor will have the best day of his life when I am in the scare zone. I can guarantee you that. It's in the movie theaters. When I'm watching stuff like A Quiet Place, when you hear the music is tuning, you know, okay, shit is going to happen. I am sitting there covering my ears and closing my eyes, because I know when I am getting scared, my popcorn bucket will fly. And all of my friends are like, no, we're not watching a horror movie with you. This is not going to happen. And yeah, I was talking to people and I'm like, maybe I go with my annual pass. I have horror nights free. Maybe next year I am doing one horror night. And everyone around me was like, this is interesting. This could be really, really good content. And even at Surfside, as I said, I talked a lot to Megan, to the manager, and she was like, let me know when you are going to Horror Nights because I want to be there. I want to witness this shit show to happen. Because even at Surfside, she did nothing. She just stand around the corner, saw me and wanted to say hi. And I got scared so badly that I again start jumping and squeaking. And she was just like, okay, you want to go to Horror Nights? Fun. This is fun. And another thing is, those people at the check-in are the kindest. I had Pikachu ears that I had from Japan, had my blast with them, and I was like, I don't want to get them back to Germany again. I am not feeling like wearing them again. They were cool because at Epic, Pokemon is not licensed yet, so they are not allowed to sell Pokemon stuff at Universal Orlando. At this point, when they open the Pokemon Land, they get the license. So those ears were specialized for Japan, and I'm like, I don't want to throw them away. And I'm done with Disney. I still have Disney Tokyo ears with me, and told the manager, Megan, hey, do you have any cast members I can give them to, or should I just leave them in the washing and laundry area? And she was like, Thomas at check-in is the biggest Pokemon Pikachu fan in the world. Give me the ears and we will surprise them, and give me the Tokyo ears. I am going tomorrow to Disney. I will wear them. And they were so grateful. And I'm like, it's great because I don't need to throw them away, and I know they get appreciated. It's another thing. I don't know if Sephira Falls is doing it, but I know Surfside is doing so. I think Sephira Falls will have a similar thing. In the washing and laundry area, you need to go on the first day because everyone who is leaving will put stuff there. If you have water, too much water or stuff like that, just bring it there, and someone is arriving needing water is taking it. And this is going for everything. Tweets, you will find everything in the washing and laundry area at Surfside. And it's a sunscreen or stuff like that. Stuff that are too heavy to carry with you back home. Bring them there and people can take them when they are starting to arrive. I'm always going there and grab a bottle of water or stuff like that. I still do the resort mug, but I think it's just great to share and recycle stuff like that, especially stuff like sunscreen that is ridiculously expensive, and it's just sad to throw it away because you don't have space in your suitcase left. And this is a great area just to share stuff like that. And I think the Sephira Falls is also doing it. I think every major Universal hotel is doing it in the washing and laundry area, and the cast and the hotel staff is just letting it slip. They not intervene, they are just letting it slip. And I think it's just a great way to give something back. The same with the Pikachu ears. And yeah, it's perfect. Then you will go to the laundry facilities and can have a look. Maybe you find something cute for your children. I will still give something out there. I have Joshi keychains that they gave out here in Germany during my time at Nintendo I don't need. I will put them there as well. So maybe someone is into yellow Joshis because they are yellow Joshis and I don't want to own a yellow Joshi anymore. So maybe someone wants them. And yeah, you should definitely go. And the washing and laundry facilities are really, really good. I think you need quarters, but they have change facilities there as well. You can just pay for all of your laundry stuff, Tylenol and stuff like that, or you can bring it with you. Really, really easy. And I think at Surfside they have one at each tower located, well, two at each tower located. So maybe this is another thing. If you need to use them more than once, when you write Zafira Falls, let them know that you want a room close to the laundry facility, because this would help you out. Because it's easier when your room is close by than just bringing all your stuff and carrying it around the whole resort. So you should definitely also mention that when you are requesting a special room, and they definitely will help you out. I'm pretty sure, because even when you're arriving, it is still considered off season. I think the weekend after is when the Christmas season is really kicking off. And Surfside told me, please come then, because you will go nuts during Christmas or Halloween season, because it's way too crowded. Yeah, perfect. Request your room near the elevator and laundry facilities. And again, special assistance, accessible room, definitely. And they will definitely help you out. Because especially when you're doing it now, it's still 3 months to go. They can definitely request it and help you out, because it's something that would make your life easier, and Universal tends to help you to make your life easier. And again, it's such a shame to see. Back in my days, 2015, you were just going to Universal when you're calling sick at Disney. Then this was the point when you're going, yeah, I will spend my day at Universal, because I can't go into the Disney parks when I'm called sick. So yeah, Universal was, even living in Orlando back in the days, never a thing. You had an annual pass and you would go there maybe once a month. I would never thought back in 2015 that I could spend 2 weeks of vacation at Universal property. I think maybe it's because it was before Epic. It was during my trip before my last trip. I realized Universal is just so much greater. And now with Epic, definitely a game changer. And yeah, the AAP stuff are completely helpful. And I think one thing is that Universal is just training the cast members really well, especially with the topic hidden disabilities. Especially when they see that someone just needs help. They are especially helpful when you are looking confused like a chicken. The first times at Epic, I was so confused with the direction and the layout. I was running into the dead end at Stardust Racer so many times when I tried to figure out how to get to Berg. And every time there were cast members and they were like, hey, where do you want to go? You look confused. And I'm like, Berg, please. And they helped me set on the right path. So definitely really helpful. And even if a ride breaks down, I mean, this was the funniest shit I've ever saw at Universal, because it was so ridiculous what their marketing team or their press team was doing at that point. They tested during the first days of my stay Stardust Racer. It was high wind, hurricane gusts. They had this stupid idea testing Stardust Racer empty during hurricane gusts. And the freaking roller coaster, both trains got stuck. And they don't have a backup slingshot like Velocicoaster. The trains were stuck. They needed to organize a crane that was getting the trains out of the position and putting them back into the boarding area. Great. It took them 3 or 4 days. And the official press release was like, yeah, maintenance issues. And you saw the videos on YouTube from the incident. And you saw the crane behind the cast members that were like, oh, we are just maintenance, the attraction. And the train was at one point hanging from the crane. And I'm like, this is not maintenance, just be honest. Everyone is seeing that Stardust Racer had an accident. And they were like, yeah, what, we are not allowed to do so because of the stuff that had happened at Stardust Racer. And this is something I know people will hate me for this, but especially as someone with a disability. If you have a spinal injury, why the heck are you trying to ride Stardust Racer 6 times a day? I talked to so many people at Universal. I don't get into details, I won't name any names, but people that were cast members at Stardust Racer on that day of the incident had friends there, and the person who sadly passed away, the cast members didn't want him to ride. But his girlfriend was also a cast member at Stardust Racer, and they convinced them every time again, hey, another ride, another ride, another ride. And then his last ride happened, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry for him, but I feel so much more sorry for the cast members. Just imagine the trauma those cast members are suffering, or the people that were waiting in line at that point. It's crazy. I feel so sorry. If you see stuff like that, you will never forget it in your life. And I think, in my opinion, Universal did everything right, closed the coaster down for a month and see if anything was wrong with the coaster. They picked Stardust Racer apart. Stardust Racer is a German coaster from MEG, from Europa Park, from the roller coaster company. So I'm a journalist. I was going straight to MEG and I was like, hey, what is the problem with Stardust Racer? And they were like, we are not allowed to talk to this, blah, 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 but those are our issues we found with Stardust Racer. And this is another thing that really made me realize how intense roller coasters can be. MEG told me the final version from Stardust Racer now is a version that is not as bad as we were intended to do so. The original plan for Stardust Racer was much more intense, but Universal and even MEG were like, if we are going on this path, a lot of people would be excluded from riding Stardust Racers. I mean, they have now new rules in place. He, for an example, was not able to board himself into the train. And Universal is now like, you need to be able to board the train, the white vehicle on your own. No help provided, just to make sure to figure out when someone has a spinal injury, they wouldn't be able to. So they have a nice way of saying, those are the rules. And I think it's legit because I nearly broke my neck during CrossFit. Toes to bar is a movement on the bar. The bar was 3 or 4 meters high and I lost grip. You are supposed to grab with your thumb here because then you can't slip from the bar. I was hanging like this and I was like, 3 more reps would be fine. They weren't fine. I slipped and crashed on my neck. And after this accident, I was like, is it safe for me to go on intense roller coasters? And if not so, it's fine. Just tell me. I don't want to risk anything. And I think, again, I feel terrible sorry for him, his girlfriend, and his family. But everything Universal did was right. They tried to prevent it in the first place, but they were like, okay, he did it a couple of times before, so he should be fine. They are not medical professionals. They can't see when this breaking point is there. And they trusted his version and his girlfriend, and sadly, this was not enough. But now and at this point, there were much more safety placements in place, especially at Stardust Racer. They have so many signs put up there. And I have a doctor from emergency room living next door to me. And I never thought about it, but even high blood pressure can kill you on a roller coaster because of the G-forces. Those signs are not there just to ignore them. But many people do, because many people don't realize what G-forces can do to your body. Yeah, you are just experience them for a second and a millisecond of time, not really that much that you can get damaged in any way. But if you have pre-damage, if your heart maybe has a failure, stuff like that, you maybe never notice, this can just be the final straw for you. And this is something I never see a roller coaster with my same eyes again, because those G-forces, especially Velocicoaster and Stardust Racer, are intense. Stardust Racer is more negative G-forces, so the worse G-forces. Velocicoaster is only the last wall that is really, really bad. That really got me the first time. But people, especially high blood pressure and stuff like that, or even neck injuries or pregnancy, most people are just ignoring those signs when they are shooting. And yeah, it depends with high blood pressure. When he is medicated well and everything is fine, it should be okay. I am not a medical professional. It's just like if it's not diagnosed and not cared for, it can lead to stuff like that. And I am working on a video about that topic because, again, it's something not many people are thinking about, how dangerous those roller coasters can be. And my friend Jake, who is coming with me to IAAPA, he is completely going nuts because IAAPA is invitation only. I think you can buy your way into IAAPA at this point, but you will pay at least $500 for a week of IAAPA. So it's a really, really special place to go as a roller coaster fan. He is completely into Halloween. He will go to the Halloween section. He loves arcade games. He will be there. And you can try all the new food and drink items for the theme parks. This will also be his section. And I will just talk to the engineers because I am so fascinating about stuff like that. How those roller coasters are designed and how much thought is getting to put into a roller coaster from the paper until it's standing in the theme parks. And I know it sounds crazy. Before IAAPA, I was never thinking about it. I was like, okay, it's a Stardust Racer, for an example. It's a roller coaster from Universal. I was just thinking this is a Universal roller coaster. I never thought that Universal and even Disney is working with other companies to design the roller coasters. I was thinking that Universal has their own roller coaster team, but it isn't the case. Stardust Racer and Werewolf is MEC. I know it, as I said, because it's a German roller coaster designer, and Ministry and Rise of the Resistance are definitely the same factory. And I think it's just fun and maybe a little bit nerding out to talk to those people. And again, how can we make those roller coaster seats more safe for people with special needs, for like your children? Making sure the restraint is not affecting them, but still making sure that they are safe. This is a really, really hard and borderline of invention that is going to put into stuff like that. Or as I mentioned in the beginning, roller coaster where you can turn off the speakers for people with autism so they don't get the blasting loud music into their ears the whole time, the ride, because Hulk is crazy. Velocicoaster is also pretty loud. Stardust Racer was not that big of a deal, but Hulk, it's just too much. And it's an old coaster, it's vibrating a little bit, not a little bit, it's vibrating a lot. When you are in the line, I waited once in the line, and every time they are shooting up Hulk, the whole building is just shaking. It's just, I mean, it's Hulk, it's supposed to be force, I guess. But yeah, I think, again, I don't think they could redesign Hulk. We designed Hulk quite heavily a couple of years ago during a refurbishment. This is something the right factory needed to add up. I think, why shouldn't it be possible just to turn off one side of the speakers? I don't see a thing that would make a problem. It shouldn't be that big of a deal just to turn off one certain kind of those speakers, in my opinion. And the same is going, again, if we are making it Autism Day at the theme parks, just turn off all of the music and sounds completely for those people for one evening. This would be so cool for all the autistic people, especially at Super Nintendo World, when they just turn off the music for a few hours. Yeah, you would still have all the overstimulating from all the colors that are going on, but the music is a big factor there as well. Or just turn the music down. Especially, I love the music at Epic, and I think this is another thing Universal, most people don't realize how much thought and how much is put into the entrance music at Epic Universe. It's crazy how much thought they put into it. You will have different music depending on the day, and the loop is so designed that it never feels like the same music. And the problem is, especially in the entrance part, when you're deciding going left or right from the, is this the Apollo thing? I think the music in this area in front of the shops is so loud, and I think they design it, or they are calculating it when it's full capacity. When they are opening the gates, the music needs to be loud, because otherwise no one would hear it, because everyone is chatting. But they should turn the music down when the crowd level is turning down, because when you are entering Epic in the evening, it's just like, I don't want to get deaf. I love your music, but this is too much. And again, it's a design choice, but in Berg, the music is just background music. Even at Ministry, at the French thing at Epic Universe, the music at the Harry Potter section is okay. It's not that you are just thinking, okay, it's way too crazy. Monsters, you will have a lot of sound effects that are going off all the time that are pretty loud, and the scare actors, they are not there for scaring you. This is something I realize when Ega or stuff like that are coming out, they are not like Beetlejuice. And a thing your children also would really enjoy, I think, I just love the animal actors on stage show. You definitely have no sound effects or stage effects or lights going on there. It's in studios, and it's one of the cutest things you will ever see. And if you let the cast members know, they will always pick children from the audience. And if your children are not too overstimulated for stuff like that, just let the cast member know. Feel like maybe that would be a really, really precious moment for them when, I think this is a pigeon, I don't know, one of those animals are picking up a note, a dollar note from the children from the hand. It's really, really cute. I just love animal actors on stage, because you never know what you are getting, because some days the animals just don't want to do anything. And I can watch it. I'm doing it every time. The same, I think Born is way too intense for the girls, but I am obsessed with the Born Spectacular. And this is something I realized depends really on the cast members. Once I was there, I was like, I am done with staying in line with other people. I am the AAP, but in Born, even with AAP and Express, you will rush to the front, and all the other people are standing behind you and pushing all the time. And I'm like, I am not doing that. I can't. I will go insane. And the first cast member was like, yeah, no solution, then you can't watch the show. And I was quite disappointed, because I am watching Born every day I'm there. And I come back a few hours later, another cast member, and I explained the exact same problem to her, and she was like, we have a wheelchair lane left side. You will be there. No person is touching you. You will be the first in the audience area. We have designated disabled seating spaces there. You will see them. They are located in the middle, and no one will be around you. I will make sure. So even stuff like that can depend on a cast member. I didn't want to report the first one, because I was like, maybe she wasn't trained, maybe she hadn't had a rough day. The same was for Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong broke down, and I'm like, I just want to leave the line. Donkey Kong can be so loud, and my foot was hurting, and I'm like, okay, it's fine, it's not your fault. It's in the end of the evening. I come back tomorrow, it's fine. And the cast member was really, really not having it that I wanted to leave the line. And I'm like, I can leave the line. What is your problem? I don't need to go to the emergency exit or stuff like that. I am just leaving the normal AAP line. It's fine. It's not your fault that the white broke down. And he was starting an argument, and I'm like, boy, I just can't do it. I'm not arguing with you. And this was something this incident I reported at guest services. I'm like, hey, this had happened and it is annoying. Just please talk to that cast member. And they did. I did get the Zelda mark from that cast member at that time. And I'm like, I don't want that he is getting termed or stuff like that. It's just like, please let him know I am a tough girl. But if someone is coming with autism or a hidden disability, someone who is not accepting it yet, this is also a huge deal. Then you are getting more sensitive, I guess. And if this cast member is going in this exact way he was going at me with someone with autism, the situation can really escalate. And yeah, I think this is something why I am always running up to guest services when I'm noticing stuff like that, because I'm like, I am pretty self-confident. I did the journalist job way too long. I can write rodeo with you when you are not in my opinion and you are starting an argument with me. I can getting pretty tough. But I know, especially autism, or again, people that are needed to accept their disability, they are not that strong. And you can't talk to people like them like you are talking to me at the moment. And I am talking to those people. There were some points during my university trip where I'm just getting exhausted, where I'm just like, I am so over to having this exact conversation over and over and over and over again. And I explained to Megan from Surfside, to the manager, I explained it in this way. When I am pissed, we can fix everything. When I am crying, this is your absolute last chance to change the situation, to talk to me and find a solution. Because after the crying part, I am going full beast mode. And for nobody I met in my entire life, full beast mode was a good thing. So let's find a solution, because otherwise blue is coming out. The Raptor in me will just go at you and shuck your head up. So let's find a solution how we approach disability together. And it's like, most of the time people then start to listening. Because during my last flight back with Lufthansa, there was full beast mode. I was at one point where I need to shut up, otherwise I will land on a non-flight list. But United was giving me such a hard time. They tried to bump me to the flight from Washington 5 times because there was a blizzard going on. I was talking to them, hey, don't need to go to Washington, book me to the direct flight, Orlando, Frankfurt. Everything would be fine. Lufthansa said, we would gladly do so, but we can't because your flight is United. They need to do it. So United had the approach, we don't want you. You are just going to Washington and then you are not our problem anymore. Problem was, Lufthansa put me on the waiting list. No, and I didn't have a boarding pass for the next flight because of that. They put me on the waiting list because they just wanted to ask me if I really want a window seat with my disability, if they just should change it to an aisle seat. And I was like, no, window seat, I chose it specifically. But this was the reason why I was on the waiting list. And at Washington, as the moment I left the United plane to Washington, no one cared. And I'm like, I am here in the wheelchair. My next flight is going in 2 hours. Bring me to the Lufthansa gate. No one was willing from United to help me. And they were like, no, you don't have a boarding pass. We can't bring you there. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have a boarding pass as long as you don't bring me to the Lufthansa gate. No, you're not allowed to move around at the airport without a boarding pass. And I'm like, okay, then call Lufthansa. I don't care. 30 minutes. They weren't looking at me. They weren't paying attention at me. And at one point, I started yelling because I am like, this is not acceptable. You will bring me to the effing Lufthansa gate or we will have a really, really big problem here. And This happened after those 2 weeks at Universal. I was completely exhausted. I was crying and I was completely done. I just wanted to go home at that point. And United choose violence. And I am like, I will never ever touch one of your freaking planes again. This is unacceptable. And this was not the end of the story. Maybe it's because I really was stressed. I was overstimulated and I was really pissed at this point. But then I boarded the Lufthansa flight. At the gate, everyone was so nice and kind and helped me out. In the flight, this flight attendant need to get fired. I can't tell you another thing. She is the absolute worst. I was like, here, I'm affordable watches. Please put them there. No, they're a safety hazard. We need to put them there and there. And I'm like, okay, but I need them when I need to use the restroom, because if you have turbulences or stuff like that, is an extra layer of security. No, this is not going to happen. And can you please help me to the restroom during the flight? This is not my job description. I don't care. And I'm like, we are being in this airplane. I am flying business, by the way, for the next 8 hours together. We will find a solution, right? And she was like, yeah, I have a solution. I won't serve you any drinks or food. Then you don't need to use the restroom. And I'm like, this is your suggestion? You find a suggestion for a business class for a loyal customer from Lufthansa? This is your solution. And she was like, yeah. And I'm like, don't talk to me for the rest of the flight. Sleeping mask on, headphones on. And I was like, don't talk to me. Don't touch me, don't talk to me, or I will explode. We don't want to have a medical evacuation. We don't want to get me escorted off of the plane because I am yelling at you. Just don't talk to me. And then there was one thing where I really nearly went over the top. And I was like, I don't care. I will go to the business lounge in Frankfurt and then drink and eat there between the flights. Her response was the worst one you will ever hear in your life. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, no, people like you are not allowed in the business lounge. At Frankfurt, there was a special room for people like you with disabilities and wheelchairs. They are not going to the lounge. I am like, I'm losing it. I am losing my shit here in this flight. I definitely am. In Frankfurt, as soon as I landed, the person who was picking me up for special assistance saw that I was done. One small thing and I would lose my temper. And he was like, I explained what had happened and he was like, this is not acceptable. Let's go to Lufthansa. Normally I would have had 8 hours of connection. And I was like, you will bump me up to the next flight to Hamburg. I don't know how you are doing it. I am not paying for it. You will do it. And he did it without asking. The only problem was my suitcases. And he was like, 2 hours, fine. We will get you to the lounge and take you from there. And I was like, okay, this is acceptable. It's fine. And this was a really cool thing. They were like, oh, but we don't have a gate position. So they will pick you up with a private driver and drive you to the plane. And I am a plane nerd, and I am a little child when I seeing those planes. And this was the best thing of the trip. And the new crew to the flight to Hamburg know what had happened, and they were like, sit down, we are opening up your Prosecco, you will drink something, and then have a great flight. And afterwards, you can go to the cockpit and talk to the pilots like you love to do. And I'm like, finally, Lufthansa's employees that are not completely assholes. And the problem is, I will never fly a Boeing 747 again. Because I don't know if you know, flight attendants are also type weighted. They are only allowed on a certain type of aircraft. And just to avoid not to see this flight attendant ever again, I am not touching a 747 again. So I need to go with Emirates the next time I'm going to Japan, because this is a flight with a 747 from Germany, from Frankfurt to Tokyo Narita, and I am not doing it because I don't want to see this specific flight attendant again. And Lufthansa only offered me 150 euros of refund for this. And I'm like, I was flying business class and didn't have a drink or something to eat. I could fly with Norwegian, a cheap airline, and had a better service and a better experience than your business class at that flight. And it's just, I am really interested in how they will handle the next flight to Orlando, because as I upgraded my flight, they were like, yeah, we see something in your in your status. And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe you will provide good service and everyone will be happy. And I mean, when you think about it, from the moment I touched down the ground at MCO, where they took 2 hours at baggage claim, until the moment I left Washington, everything was just out of control. And look, I had just the worst streak of luck. And then you see the difference. How Universal had handled it. They did everything to make sure I am okay and still have a good time. Lufthansa were giving me a hard time on top of it. And this was the same the trip before my last time to Disney. I mean, a good cast member could have changed the whole situation and I would still be a happy Disney girl. But they decided not to do so. And I mean, I don't know why. The only thing Disney offered at that moment was, you still have 2 days of tickets left. We will refund you those 2 days. And we can't give it in cash or stuff like that. We can only give it to you in Disney gift cards. And I'm like, I don't want them. I just want to leave the parks and I will never come back. And I think, I don't know, are you going to MCO Terminal A and B or C? Because I have also a story for Terminal A and B for the special assistants. Terminal C, wonderful, not a problem. When you are flying Terminal AB, there was a tip. I don't know if you're using the Superstar shuttle or stuff like that. The Superstar shuttle needs to call the airline you are checking in. And then someone from the airline will come down to the Superstar shuttle pickup. Or there should be a phone, they told me, and you could use it and call the airline and they will send someone. Well, this information wasn't provided to me and I was like, I am here at Terminal A. United check-in is Terminal B. I have 2 suitcases, I can't really walk, and special assistance is not here. And I can guarantee you, every employee at MCU, I talked to everyone, even to the police, even to border control. No one was willing to help me. Everyone was like, United is in this direction. No one was offering me to help me with my suitcases or offering to call someone from United. Everyone in the entire airport was ignoring me and my needs. And I wrote an email to MCO and I was like, your special assistant sucks. And explained the situation. And then they told me about the phone where you can call the airline when you entered the airport and they will help you out. And another thing is, I mean, I can still walk, but if you need the wheelchair, you are completely screwed because special assistance is coming and getting you and parking you at the gate. If you need to use the restroom, for an example, and you can't walk, yeah, good luck with it. Then you just can't use the restroom, I guess. And it's it's great. It's great. I hope they change something after I told them that this is not a good setup. I tried to be polite at this point, but I was just like, oh yeah, okay, driving definitely is easier. It's definitely easier. Then you can have breaks and stuff like that because, again, MCO Terminal C, never had a problem. Terminal A and B, absolute shit show. Absolute shit show. And this is something, again, why I'm doing this YouTube channel, because you will never see the point of view of someone who needs to use these services. And if you don't need to use those services, MCO is a beautiful airport. It's perfectly designed, it's well organized, but for people with special needs, it's just an absolute nightmare to go to when you're comparing it to a place like Frankfurt, for an example. And it's just the same. Yes, changing table. This is another thing. I had a loud conversation with Lufthansa with their new fleet of aircrafts, because Emirates is like, okay, screw it, we will get rid of 2 or 3 rows and have an accessible restroom in our A380s. Accessible restroom is also good for people who has kids to change their children during a 10-hour flight. And Lufthansa is like, no, we don't want that. We have the smallest restroom available in human beings for an airplane for all of our guests. And if someone with a wheelchair is coming, he is just unlucky. They could choose to install one of those accessible bathrooms, but they are not choosing to do so. And Emirates is doing so. It's like the table you are talking about. It's such an easy fit in the restrooms. I don't get it why stuff like this is not getting done. And it's that you need to carry stuff like this with you to have it available to you, because those people are not willing to think about it. And this is another thing I definitely will make notes for and ask at IAPA, because IAPA is for everything theme park related. They are even designing the lines for the queues and restrooms, restaurants, everything is coming from IAPA. And I think it's a great chance to get to the root of all of those decisions there. I mean, maybe at the end of the week they will just hate me for all my questions, but on the other side, maybe I can understand it if they maybe never thought about stuff like that. And yeah, this is an easy fit. A lot of weight, you can use good screws and stuff like that. It's definitely possible. And then install stuff like that in an accessible bathroom where you have especially more space available to you. And this is something that wouldn't interfere with someone who is healthy or don't need it. Just put it up on the wall again and everything would be fine. But yeah, I think most of those things are not because they don't want to do or don't want to install stuff like that. It's because they never thought about it. I can guarantee you, if you are suggesting stuff like that to Universal, they definitely will take notes and think like, okay, never thought about it. Even with the accessible rooms, Surfside was like, it would be so cool if you would be able to bring your blind friend for a stay with us, because we could test all our systems for blind persons, and at the same time we could train our cast members with a real example of a blind person. And yeah, it's the same as exactly, it's about elderly people too. They also have most of the needs I have. It sounds crazy, but yeah, all of this medical stuff, and just install stuff like that. And if no one is talking about this and no one is thinking about stuff like that, it will never happen. But again, people like us, we just need to speak up and say, hey, be kind. I have packed so much chocolate for the cast members because I know I will be there and suggesting stuff all the time. Never had an issue with it, but I, Surfside, already have a bag full of sweets because I am like, okay. Yeah, never ever on a dirty floor to clean them up. It's this is the problem. What the designers and I think all of the people are not thinking about. They are just thinking about you need to clean up a small little child that is fitting on those tables that are provided there. But you can't put an adult there and grown-up children. It's just not enough space, and those floors are disgusting. I mean, yeah, they are cleaning them a lot, and once a day they are high pressure wash them, but during the day I wouldn't touch those floors in a bathroom and theme park. And Yeah, this definitely should be a solution. But my tip would be, for your next trip, go and do stuff like that at first aid. Definitely. You don't need to sit on a bathroom floor. Go to first aid because, again, when you're going to first aid, even if you're just getting a band aid, they need to write a report for everything they are doing. So if you are going there, maybe to every first aid stop at Universal, they will have those reports where you explaining the situation. And afterwards, you will go to guest services and also provide the information. So they will have a lot of reports at the end of your trip. And this is forcing the management to look at it. This is the way, again, I was talking to Surfside a lot, to Megan. And she was like, we cast member all see what you are needing. But when we are speaking up and saying this needs to change, no one from management will listen to us. Management is listening to you guests, to your feedback. So you need to go. I can just recommend where you need to talk to, where you need to go to, but you need to go to guest services. And again, just go there on a daily basis, say hi, bring a little bit of chocolate. In the early morning, especially during early park admission, it's empty. Just go there and talk to them. And I made one of those people laugh so hardly. I mean, at the moment, I lost 20 kilos, so it's fine. I will not have a single problem with one of those roller coasters, but it was a quite fit. And I was telling one of the cast members, every time I'm going to Universal, I am on a Velocicoaster diet. I am dieting just to go on Velocicoaster. And he was laughing his ass off. And I'm like, you need to have your priorities in life. And my priority is Velocicoaster. So yeah, I will get my shit together for Velocicoaster. So yeah. But another thing is Hulk, Velocicoaster, Stardust Racer. I think nearly every big ride has bigger spaces available in the back. So if you're fitting the test seat, you're definitely guaranteed to ride. But the ride vehicles in the middle of the ride still can get tighter. Especially at Hulk, they have a special system where they can secure you. So they have a lot more space for people that are larger or don't want to have too much restrainment in the back and the front of every vehicle. Yeah, it's definitely, and I see it. The adaptation for disabilities is taking place at Universal. One thing I really was loudly complaining about is, and Universal wasn't even thinking about it. They didn't even realizing the problem. There is not a single bench in the bus loop for the resort guests at Epic Universe. Not a single bench. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? What is going on? This is such an easy fix. It's not costing you any money at all, but we need benches here. And they didn't realize it because this is the problem. People don't speak up. People getting, I can guarantee you that so many people are frustrating with the situation. So many people are frustrated that there aren't benches in the bus loop of Epic Universe. But no one was complaining. So how should Universal know that this problem is existing when no one is going there and explaining the problem to them? So this is the reason why I make notes. And another thing is you are allowed to make pictures of the name tags of the cast members. And this is really important. I had a situation going on at guest services, the girl that set up my AAP. And I know that as the same as Disney, they are on a point-based system, the cast members. And when they are getting good feedback from the guests, from the customers, they can get their promotion and stuff like that. And I was like at guest services during the AAP setup. The girl was so nice. She did everything for me. And I was like, I want to talk to your manager. And she was like, what did I wrong? And I was like, I want to give you your recommendation. I want to give you your points. And she started just in front of me, just crying like crazy. And I'm like, I didn't want to see you crying. I didn't want to disturb you. I'm so sorry. And she was like, this was the point I needed to get my promotion as a team leader. And the manager came and she saw how happy she was, and the manager exactly knew what was happening, and I helped her to get promoted because I give a good feedback for her. And this is the reason why you can always take pictures of the name tag of the cast members when they are providing a good service. Always let the team manager know, because they can get promotion, financial benefits, or stuff like that for this. And another thing, the same at Surfside, I was talking to Thomas, who got my Pikachu ears, and he was telling me, I was like, oh, I'm so looking forward to see you back in November because you are so kind. He was just the kindest. And he was like, I really hope that I will be in a more valuable resort. I want to have a promotion. And I was like, please call Megan. And he was like, why? And I was like, I will make sure that you will get your promotion. I will make sure that you will get your points at this moment. You did a great job. The same with Marcus, the guy who checked me in, because I was so jet lagged. He told me 3 times in which tower my room was, and I was still heading to the wrong tower. And he was like, please just stay here. I called bell service and they will take your suitcase and you will get lost. You are so out of your head at the moment. You are so jet lagged. And I also made sure that he got his points, because it's completely a good system, and you should always provide this feedback, I think. And yeah, the benches situation again. No one from Universal was realizing it, because the people that are working there, they are not using the bus loops. They are not using the resort buses, so they didn't know that this problem existed until someone told them. And another thing is, I don't mind that much, but maybe, again, my autistic friends is taking her toll on me, but I saw in a lot of the portals that pixels are not working. You have black dots in the portals, and I'm like, those portals are brand new, you need to fix it. Especially if someone with autism is coming, they will tell you this problem's here existing. And then there was one of the lamps in the yard area and the garden area was broken down, and I'm like, I don't want to complain, but those are the things you need to fix, because if someone is seeing that wants to help Universal, they will take pictures and go with the Google review with it. And they were like, yeah, thank you for let us know quietly so we can fix it. And the portals, it's just like, the screens are just bad. Universal knows the problem and they are trying to fix it, but I think the round shape and everything and the portals are nearly on 24/7. I hope they will fix it, because it's annoying to see those black dots in the portals. And the same is, this is something I find really, I don't know, I didn't do the research, so please don't quote me on that. They had planned and they tested it, those flying dragons that can spit fire and stuff like that for Berg, for evening shows and stuff like that. And at one point, they just vanished. No more testing, no official statement from Universal why they are gone. And a friend of mine is working for Lockheed Martin. And Lockheed Martin, if you don't know, is located direct neighbor of Epic Universe. And my friend was like, maybe those two wagons were interfering with some of those technical stuffs. And I'm like, don't do that to me. You know I am a journalist. Now I really want to research this topic. Now I really want to know why Universal was stopping the dragon stuff. The small dragons that can walk around, the Boston Dynamic dragons, they are still out there. They are fine. They are completely working. But I am still wondering why they shut down the flying dragon stuff so quickly, because you saw it in some YouTube videos and stuff like that. They were working. They were flying around, and I think this is epic and awesome if you really have dragons flying around through the air. That would be such a cool addition for Berg. But why? And is maybe Lockheed Martin the problem of it? I was never, never ever thinking about it, but yeah, Lockheed Martin is directly the neighbor of Epic Universe. So I can see why they are saying this is a non-flight zone. And the same stuff, really, really interesting. They are doing those helicopter tours. And I was doing the one about SeaWorld because it was the most affordable, and I just wanted to do a helicopter ride for the first time in my life. And I was talking to the pilot, and I'm like, where are your limits? Because I see the helicopters going everywhere, and I am into aviation. I have the PPL license as a private pilot license. I am into aviation. What is the setup? Are you flying on Vision, on VR, or is there a tower control because MCU is not that far away? And he was telling me there are two rules. You are not getting close to the Disney castle, or you will get in serious trouble. And you are not getting close to Lockheed Martin. So when you're seeing those helicopters tours going above Epic Universe, they will come in from the road from Surfside and Dockside and go from the south into Epic Universe. They will never come in from the north because from the north they needed to go above Lockheed Martin. And he was like, I am not allowed to talk about it, but you are on the right track. We are not allowed to fly above Lockheed Martin. And I find it quite interesting that, I mean, I think Lockheed Martin was there long before Epic Universe was even considered building. So Universal was definitely came after them. And I think they need to stick at least to some of their worlds. And I will talk about the dragons at IAAPA because I was, when they first showed them before Epic was opening, I was like, this is the best thing Epic is ever doing, seeing those real life size dragons flying around a Berg. But again, it was quietly cancelled and no YouTuber was talking about it. And I'm like, this is also really interesting because I applied for the Universal Creator Program and they told me my channel is not big enough. I completely understand it. But I also know because as for my time from Nintendo had also a creator program. I can guarantee you, as a creator, you don't want to be in the Nintendo creator program. You barely get any advantages and you need to stick to all of the Nintendo rules. So you won't even get the games earlier, sometimes maybe a few hours. So if you just go into the Australian eShop and download it, you will have much faster access than from the Nintendo Creator Program. And again, you need to stick to all of the Nintendo rules, and they are strict. So I don't know, maybe it's not even a good thing or a smart thing to get into the Universal Creator Program because then I am a universal content creator, I guess, because Disney is not a thing for me anymore. And SeaWorld, I am not doing that often. I will do one day at Kennedy Space. And yeah, I guess I'm a universal creator, but I don't know if I want to be inside trapped of the corporation because I can imagine that this creator program also has rules, what you're allowed to talk and what you're not allowed to talk. Because again, none of those creators talked about the dragon situation. And I'm like, or Stardust Racer, for an example. Not a single Universal content creator talked about Stardust Racer. And this is something, because maybe I'm a journalist, I'm like, I don't like to stick to those kind of worlds because I have the opinion that those kind of information should be available. And again, during my time at Nintendo, I was constantly arguing with the company because I am like, this is how you spread fake news. Just be honest with stuff like that. Just say, hey, maybe just don't say Lockheed Martin is a problem because this could start a chain reaction of things that you maybe don't want. But you should just have talked about it. Maybe say they were technically not advanced enough and we need to spend more time investing and figuring stuff out. Then no one will ask a question for the next 2 or 3 years and most of them will forget about it. This would be the easiest press statement to give out. The same as with the Stardust Racer thing I witnessed. You saw that the high wind was interfering with Stardust Racer. Why is the press department lying to your face and telling maintenance issues? Especially maintenance issues, the worst time possible. It was only 3 months after the incident. And don't confuse the people, because again, I think after I left, Jake, my friend from Boston, told me they closed Stardust Racer again for another month. And I don't know what is behind it, but it was so because they took my incident with the locker situation serious. I needed to go to the hospital because of the broken whip and give Universal my medical record. Because, and this was another thing I should have done different. Because Universal, the cast member was there, okay, take a breath, and do you want me to call security so we can find the girl and report her and remove her from the park and ban her at least for a year? And I was in this situation like, I just want to go and enjoy my day. I don't want to sit now in a stupid office for 1 or 2 hours and fill police reports about it. But I definitely should have done so, because the girl who did it to me never learned her lesson. She was going on back on the stairs and continuing her day without learning a lesson. And I definitely should have banned her, or at least have a talk with security. And another thing, Universal is so fed up of the behavior of Epic Universe. Normally, it's pretty hard to get a ban at Universal. It's pretty hard to get banned from Universal, but they are fed up at Epic Universe. A cast member told me that they are banning people for 1 year time at the moment pretty easy. Just, again, to say no to this kind of behavior. And again, you never know, she didn't learn her lesson. Maybe next time a girl like she is running into your kids. And yeah, she didn't even stop. And I was yelling at the girl. And I was like, you need to pay attention of your surroundings. You bumped into me, and she was just giving me the side look, and I was pissed. The cast member who witnessed it was pissed, but his main priority at that point was my safety, and I can understand it. And there was only one cast member at the locker position at that point, so he wasn't able to do 2 things at once, and completely understandable. His main priority was getting me out, getting me to first aid, and reporting it to security. And he did it. He did it really, really well. And again, the next time I returned to Stardust Racer, the complete line situation changed. There was still one situation I really hope they changed as well, because after you have your metal detector point at Stardust Racer, you decide if you want to go left or right. You choose your team, your color, whatever. And at this point, people again are starting to get crazy and start pushing and hating each other and want to be the first on the train and whatever. I think the AAP line, like Hagrid's, use the AAP line for one of the directions and let AAP board just one of those sides. End of the quest, end of all of the troubles that are happening there. Because merging in front of the lockers and in front of the side choosing are just those points where the people are going crazy. You shouldn't merge an AAP line at that point. I think I am pretty I am mad. I am mad at that point at Hackwitz. Hackwitz had a special AAP and Express line for boarding. Only Express Pass and AAP people were in that boarding area. But of course, it limited down the other line, the capacity. The normal line was the normal line. And this was the reason the single riders were at the Express Pass line, and people were constantly complaining because there were always empty spaces in the normal line, and waiting was 3 hours. So I can understand Universal that they were like, okay, we need to open up both boarding areas for all people. We can't have this one boarding area for just AAP and Express Pass. And it was really successful. Hackwitz is not longer than 60 minutes now because they doubled the capacity. But I don't know, and Jake needs to find out. I don't know, Express Pass is gone. I don't know what they are doing to AAP because I would be really mad and pissed if there wouldn't be an AAP entrance for Hackwitz anymore. Yeah, this is something I am arguing with Universal to this day. The merging points they try to choose. Velocicoaster the same in front of the lockers, and I'm like, yeah, I know I can go through the Express AAP line and at the locker area ask for the lift. But I still need to pass the locker area. And especially when you have autism, this is just the worst place to be. I don't know why, but this is just fighting. It's fighting for life. Then it's better like Hulk, where the locker area is in front of the coaster, and then you use the special entrance. So you never ever touch one of the normal lines. And I think this is what I talk about, the different stages of the AAP. If you only have the lowest one, like I have 1.5, I would say. I can use the Express Pass line. I'm still fine waiting for 10 or 15 minutes, but on a bad day, I maybe need to use the lift access. If you need to use the lift access every time, you would still have category number 2. But again, this would also mean you still needed to touch the line. And I know for sure that there is an AAP tier where you don't touch a single line at all. And you can, even with the merging points, your children still can be in the chair. And this is something I definitely, Universal is asking me every time. They can provide for free a wheelchair for the waiting time. So if your wheelchair is maybe too huge for the waiting area, because I don't know why, but they are ridiculously small, they have wheelchairs that you can use for the waiting area. And again, then you just need to ask for the escalator, and in most of the rides, then you will be exactly at the boarding point and exactly at the level from the attraction. So this should definitely end well. And I don't know, it's crazy that not every attraction has an AAP and Express Pass. I, for an example, need to think, and I don't know the answer, for the Buckpeak coaster, for the small little children coaster at Hogsmeade. I can't remember, there is an Express Pass line, but how it is handled. You don't have stairs, everything is accessible, but the lines were so tight, and the whole coaster, I mean, I need 2 seats. They tried to fit Jake and me in one row, and we are like, this is not going to happen. Then this bird will not fly. If we both will sit here in the back, the bird will not fly. I can guarantee you that. And they were laughing so hard, and they were like, yeah, okay, go in the row in front of you and you will be fine, because it's a children coaster, and I think I need to accept it. And the same is, Jake and I are on the watch out for children, because both of us want to do the dinosaur flight thing at Jurassic Park. We are both huge Jurassic Park fans, but you are only allowed as an adult when you are with the children. And we are like, we need to find children. We need to go to the playground and be creepy adults and ask if the children wants to ride with us the flying dinosaur thing. I don't think. Maybe this would be a thing that get you banned at Universal when you try to steal a children just to ride the flying dinosaur thing. But hey, we did it at Legoland. A friend of mine didn't want to go to Legoland, and we wanted to do the Lego Discovery Center. No adults are allowed, but it's a playground with Legos, and we were like, we want to go. And I was a Merlin Entertainment employee. Not even we were allowed at the Merlin Discovery Center. Only people that are working there are allowed. And we were like, you are making it even more. We want to go. So we were asking a friend, and she was like, I don't want to go. Here, take my children, and you can go to the Discovery Center. And my general manager at that point, he was like, please tell me you don't store those children to go then. I was like, no, I just borrowed them from a friend. And he was like, whatever. But the background behind it is quite sad. Well, human behavior in general. There was a Lego Discovery Center in Boston, I guess, and it was somewhere on a high building. And a pervert rented a room across the Lego Discovery Center, set up all his photograph instrument and stuff like that, and took picture from the people, from the children playing in the Lego Discovery Center. And at that point, Merlin Entertainment said, no adults are allowed in the center. This is an attraction designed for children, and yeah, but still wanted to go. And it's crazy that it was that strict that not even Merlin Entertainment employees were allowed there. I think we will behave. If not, we will lose a job. We will behave. But yeah, that was the rule, and I think those are still the rules for most of the Lego Discovery Centers. I think Legoland, you will have looks. I am living close to Denmark, so close to the Lego factory, close to Legoland Billund, to the original one. You are allowed as an adult without children, but they will watch you. And Danish people will watch you. They will have an eye on you because they don't want predators in that theme park. But I am like, I just love Lego. And Legoland has cool roller coasters, and it's a cool place to be. And yeah, but still Legoland, I don't know how it is in Legoland, Florida. I really want to go. How strict they are, if I need to borrow again a child to go there, or if adults are allowed there. I think it's good that those rules are in place to protect the children, but it just shows you how disgusting other human beings are. I think with your level with the kids, they should give you the full AAP access. And they shouldn't let you wait at all. And even if this is, I'm not giving you that information. Even if you are just getting the lowest tier at the AAP. I had the lowest tier my last time. Just go to the cast member. They will bump you to the front of the line. Talk to them, be honest, explain the situation. I didn't want to use it all the time because I was like, I don't want to have that big of an advantage. But at Velocicoaster, the last days I did. I used the lift just every time. And they were so sweet and so nice. No one was asking questions. I was just like, hey, I have problem climbing stairs. They know me at one point, and they were like, yeah, you know where the lift is. No, have fun, say hi to Blue and good, and so on. So even with the lowest tier, you can get this service if you are just talking to the cast member. And there was another situation that was so nice and so helpful. The elevator was broken down one morning at Velocicoaster. The cast member recognized me and he was like, hey, I'm sorry, but the lift is broken down. I'm like, any chance you know when it's getting handled? And he was like, they are already on it. but not at the moment. And he gave me 3 or 4 express passes for free. And he was like, just delete your AAP return time and come back whenever you want. And in the meantime, go to Hagrid's. So they, even if stuff like that is happening, they will provide a solution, and they let me choose every time where I wanted to sit. I just love the back row at Velocity Coaster because every second row you can rest your foot. And I don't like with my foot when it's dangling around. And I like to have a part where I can just rest my foot. And I know in the last row I definitely have this access, so I'm always choosing last row. And at Stardust Racer, they are not supposed to do so, but they let me twice do front row. Because front row normally has even a longer line. People are waiting maybe 25 minutes more just to go on front row at Stardust Racer. And they gave the entire front row one time for me. And the next time I had someone beside me, I didn't care. It just was so incredibly kind from the cast members to give me access to the front row of Stardust Racer. I appreciate it because those kind of stuff you don't expect. I am happy and take every seat because, as I said, front row seats are everyone wants to be there, and getting one of those, and it was sunset one time at Stardust Racer, and it was just beautiful. The same is with Toothless. This was the only ride they asked me because I was not using the stairs, and at Toothless you can just they would bump you directly to the boarding area. You don't need to go to the line, but go to the lockers, tell them, hey, I can't climb stairs, and you will be the next in line for the ride. And one time, one cast member asked me there about if I would be able to evacuate on myself in case something is going wrong. And if you say no, it's completely fine, but then they know in case of an evacuation that there are people on the ride that need help. So don't be scared. And oh my God, if he's asking this question, maybe he will say no. If you have a really good trained cast member, he just wants to have spatial awareness on what is going on in his coaster and if people are needing help during an evacuation. Yeah, you definitely will pass. I'm not concerned at all because when IBCCES is approved, there is no reason why Universal shouldn't approve you. This is their only security backup that you are not cheating the system. And if your doctor is providing the information why they are not able to stand in a traditional line, again, I even did a German statement and got approved. And it was definitely not a lot because my doctor was like, what shall I write? And I'm like, you are my doctor. And he was like, here's your keyboard. Write it yourself. And I was like, okay, I will write my own doctor's note. Fine. He was like, yeah, you know better what your situation is than me. Okay. It was approved. And again, don't wait until Universal will schedule your appointment. I would go insane if I hadn't had my interview yet. If I would wait until the day before I arrive. This is not going to happen. I set up my AAP for my November trip in March. You can set... the only thing is that you need to have tickets on your Universal account. Otherwise, they would not be able to connect the AAP. This is the only thing. As soon as you have your tickets, you can apply for the AAP. So this is, I would definitely start now. IBCCS you can make anytime. The only thing is you need to upload a new doctor's note once a year. It's always approved for a year. So this is something you can definitely do. And if you already have tickets, get approved and then call Universal. They have, I can look it up. They have a special phone number for those interviews. And it was funny. I was like, can we schedule us for the next days? And she was like, we can do it right now if you want. And I'm like, yeah, sure, easy. And again, it was only one question. It took her some time. And I was so anxious in those 15 minutes. I was like, maybe she's now reading all of the incident reports and considering her thing. But I think it would be better for the whole family, but because the whole family will be connected to the AAP. But in the worst case, I am doing it with Jake, with my friend from Boston. He is not on my AAP account, so he is not on the AAP yet. So you can always add a healthy amount of people to your AAP in the parks. Again, the Disney thing, don't show up with 20 people that will join you on your AAP. Then Universal is definitely saying something like, no. But I think a family, 3 or 4 people should never be a problem to add to the AAP. And especially if you are the parents, then definitely. So the AAP, I don't know how it's working for children. For me, it's I have access to the AAP and I can choose any attraction I want and then click on AAP return time. They will tell me, hey, this is your waiting time. This will be your return time. Do you want to add someone of your party? So your party needs to be connected at that point to your AAP time. So after our setup, I can just click Jake. He can join me, and then we can just both go through the AAP setup. And most of the big coasters in the old parks work with facial recognition, and Epic Universe is completely only working with facial recognition. So this is another good thing. You don't need to get scanned all the time. I think maybe Hulk not, but all the other coasters at studios also have face recognition. So you don't need to have all of your tickets all around you all the time, because I am clumsy. I would lose my ticket. Face recognition is easy. And another thing I learned the hard way, locker situation. You have at the lockers one button you can click with a wheelchair symbol, and only lockers at your eye level on your height will open. They can see where your eye level is, and I don't know if it's also in the old parks, at Epic for sure, they will open up a locker at your height. Best thing ever, because before that I rented a locker and the locker on the ground was opening up and I was like, shit. I always needed to help a cast member to get my stuff out, and yeah, this is definitely really helpful to know that there was a button, so only lockers at your eye level will open up. I think 4 people per AAP, it's reasonable. And again, definitely the AAP will be connected to the children. So just add your way up from there. It's the easiest way. And again, I would be also anxious if I would be you, so I definitely would just start the whole process. And I didn't have the annual pass back then because I was planning on using my free tickets Universal provided to me. And there would be the problem with the AAP connection that I definitely could only have scheduled the interview a couple of days before I arrived, because those weren't active tickets. They needed to get activated by Universal. So during the connection process, they would start activating those tickets. And I was like, no matter, I just go with an annual pass at this point. I have for this trip still a 2 weeks trip, so I still have 2 weeks of Epic. And I hope that they may be opening up Epic next year for the annual pass. And in the worst case, I have my free tickets for Epic then. and still have Volcano Bay, because I learned the hard way water parks are not accessible. And walking on sand it's hard. And this is something I completely understand and accept. Yeah, you still have water slides. Universal is definitely trying and doing their best to make them accessible, but those are the things and situations I think that can't get that accessible, and that people like us need to accept that not everything is possible. They are trying, they are providing beach wheelchairs, for an example, a huge relief for people that you at least can go to the wave pool and stuff like that. But the trap fall at the volcano, there's just no chance. There is no lift. How will you go up there with your disability? I did it once in SeaWorld with a similar thing, and those stairs are just way too much for me. And it's okay. It's okay that I can't do everything. And I think Universal is doing the best to make a lot of things still accessible. And again, I don't know and I don't understand why Disney is not following the suit. I mean, Tron, for an example, it's cool that they added a normal car vehicle for the motorcycles, because the motorcycles were not accessible for many people. I didn't mind. I had no problem, no issues with the motorcycles, but I can see that boarding those kind of vehicles is a problem. And the same is for Hagrid's. Hagrid's is a nightmare to board. I am still able with my mobility limitation to board with no problem. Maybe I let a cast member know, hey, can you slow the process down, because maybe I need a little bit more time. The same for Frankenstein. I'm just letting them know, hey, please slow the platform down, because you don't want me to fall down. I don't want to fall down. Slow it down. You don't need to stop it. Just slow it down. And this is something you definitely should do. Joshi's is also a people mover. I stopped at least twice every round when I'm on Joshi's, because someone with mobility issues is boarding. Then they will just stop the entire row of Joshi's, make sure that a person is inside his Joshi, and everyone is safe. And don't feel ashamed, ask for it. This is what the service is there for. When your kids want to go on Joshi, stop this people mover, let them board safely, and good to go. I can't remember, maybe there is even a Joshi that is accessible for wheelchairs. Maybe this is also the case. I know, for an example, Pirates of the Caribbean has wheelchair accessible boats, which makes boarding, or It's a Small World also has wheelchair accessible boats. What makes boarding easy? I don't think Rivers Adventure from Jurassic Park has stuff like that, because it's way too intense. I don't know how you would secure a wheelchair in that way that would be secured when you're going down the drop after the T-Rex. But this is definitely a coaster where the cast member are still able and willing to help you into the vehicle, because those G-forces are not that bad as Stardust Racer that they can kill you. So Jurassic Park River Adventure is definitely, I don't know the lightning situation. I love this coaster so much, but the last time I was on it was 2015, because every other time I visit any Universal parks in the world, it was refurbished. Last 2 trips, Orlando, refurbished. River Adventure, closed in January. Last time I was in Japan, it was upgraded to the Jurassic World one. And I'm like, why? I just want to ride the River Adventure. I only did it once in my life, and I really want to go. And I was telling Jake, if River Adventure is getting down in November, I'm just losing it. It was the same with Jaws. A friend of mine was so excited to go back to Japan and go on Jaws, and yeah, it was refurbished. And I'm like, yeah, this is your only chance in the world to have a bet on Jaws, because in every other Universal park, Jaws is gone. And it's a shame. I mean, I understand that they needed the room for Harry Potter. And Harry Potter is epic, it's cool. But Jaws I am enjoying it every time in Japan, because it's so interactive and the shark is so cute. I know, dinosaurs and sharks. Basically everything that is able to eat people. Those are my soulmates. My pleasure trait, if velociraptors would be real, I would have some in case someone is bothering me, and it's an easy way to get rid of some people. There are no signs after the Velocicoaster has finished the drop. The Velociraptor has finished the drop, or the T-Rex. Dinosaurs are good. And I'm not talking about the nice ones. I just want them to deal with people. It would be a nicer place if dinosaurs would still be available. But yeah, especially for people like us. Everyone who is giving us the side lock or calling us Jesus miracle, let Blue take care of it and everything would be fine. A little bit of nibble, they don't need to die. A little bit of nibbling would be enough, in my opinion. But we need to take care of those people. And another thing I witnessed at Universal, again, it was one point where I nearly was starting yelling back at someone. I was asking at TechWits, hey, can you please slow down the boarding process? I have problems, mobility issues, and the person saw me in the AAP line, so he was already not having it. And he started yelling at me because he saw me walking. And he was like, she don't belong here, she's cheating the system, I hate human beings like her. And I was just standing still and wanted to turn. And a cast member saw me and he saw my reaction, he heard the conversation, and he was like, I take care of it. And he took the guy who was making all these comments and he had to go back the normal line 3 hours behind and needed to wait again and was not able to wait because he was like, this shit is not going to happen during my shift because why? It is none of your business. And again, this is why I think we need something to show at Universal that we have a hidden disability. And again, it shouldn't be one of their businesses because I was still in the normal AAP Express Pass line. I could also easily be in a resort with free express passes. I could have bought my express passes. This was not telling AAP. Only the slowing down process was telling this person that I am AAP. Nothing else. And he still made those kind of comments. And I find it ridiculous. And I am really happy that he needed to wait another 3 hours because he was talking shit to other people. And it's another thing was I just can't understand what is wrong with people. I am a slow walker. I was taking my time walking up to Hagrid's. There was another one, a single rider. He really wanted to pass me and he was running into me, bumping into me, and really, he was really annoyed. And I was just like, please just pass me. I don't mind being on the next coaster. Please just pass me and don't bother me anymore. And it was so funny because he hated me with all of his, he hated me so much because he was in the last row at Hagrid's and I was in front row. So if he hadn't skipped me, he would have been the person in the front row. And the single rider next to me couldn't be more happy to be single rider with me in the front row, and he was so pissed. And I'm like, Karma, just behave like a normal human being, line up, take your time, and you would have been in my space. But no, you are not. So it is definitely your own fault that you are on the last row. So deal with it. It's even in the, as I said, don't do the waiting in front of early park admission. It's at one point I was talking every time to the family in front of me and in the family behind me, and I was like, I am dealing with severe PTSD from other people at Universal at this point. Please don't bump into me, don't step onto my foot, and give me my personal space around me. I think in a normal world, in a normal circumstances, you should never ever have the need to make those announcements to the people around you. But it's necessary those days. And the most crazy part is what the universe was happening during my last trip. And I really wanted to go because I love Phil Wigman. I really wanted to see him live on stage. I had a ticket for Saturday, early park with your AAP. If you're an early bird, I would go half an hour after the traffic is gone. Then you still have half an hour of the early admission, but the bonkers people are gone. This is something I would recommend. But again, Walk the Universe, I really wanted to go. I had a ticket for Saturday, I was excited. Then I joined the Facebook group and my excitement was going down because I'm like, it's a Christian music festival. What the heck is going on? I talked to a few past members and they were like, Walk the Universe is the worst weekend in Universal's history each year. No cast member is working voluntarily doing that night because the people are crazy. They are pushing down barriers. They are hurting each other to be in front of the road, on the road in those concerts. And I started to reconsidering all of my ideas to go to Walk the Universe, but everything that had happened on the Friday, and I'm like, no, I like my life. And I know if I am going under these circumstances, I am getting hurt. It's I just don't know what is going on at Walk the Universe. I read so many crazy incidents that had happened that Friday night. And I'm like, I just wanted to see Phil Wigman. Yeah, I paid $100, but $100 are not worth getting stumped over by other people. I mean, again, it's a Christian festival. Shouldn't we just take care of each other in such a kind of festival? But again, Universal knows it's the worst weekend of the entire year when the Christians are coming. And I'm like, yeah. I was thinking again then attending church because I was like, I never saw a huge, big church thing in the United States. Our churches here in Germany are boring as hell. I wanted to see such a super church because it's included in Walk Your Universe ticket. And again, I saw what is going on Facebook and I'm like, why? And the only thing and the only way to escape that weekend was Epic Universe because Epic Universe was not included in the Walk the Universe ticket, Walk the Weekend ticket. So I spent the entire weekend at Epic Universe and I was like, I am not touching the old Universal parks during this event. Because, I mean, maybe it's because a lot of young people were hanging out in the parks and they are just young people. I mean, I was also young. Maybe I did crazy shit back then as well, but Walk the Universe, never ever go in January when Walk the Universe is going on. It's a shame, but I definitely would warn everyone for this festival. And I'm like, everyone was telling me Horror Nights. Everyone is so nice at Horror Nights. Everyone is having a good time. Everyone is nice. But Walk the Universe is just fighting for their life to be in the center of the stage. And I don't know. Even then Universal was trying to find a solution and offer me help. I was like, no way that I am going inside of one of those crowds. I just don't want to go there. It's crazy. And they were like, hey, you are on the AAP. You can always go up to a cast member and tell them if you don't want to stand in the center of the stage, that you want to hang out with them in the background. That you can get to the restricted cast member area where the security people are hanging out. They will let you in. And even then, I had it on that day. It's I was coming from Kennedy Space Center, and I am a tour guide. I know my job, and I had just, I don't know what was wrong with this girl. It is not even a tour. She just was just supposed to bring the guests to Kennedy Space Center. This was her job. The good thing was, in the beginning, we were the last pickup. So we were going directly to Kennedy Space Center from our pickup. And she told our whole life story 2 hours without a pause until we were at Kennedy Space Center. So I already had enough. I was like, no tour guide should do it. You need always to give your group a space and a moment to breathe. She didn't do it. She was annoying as heck, giving out false information. I even reported her to the NASA because there was so much bullshit going on. And then I had the situation at Kennedy Space Center where I again needed to go to medical first aid, and I was just not having it. And then, same bus driver, and this time we started letting people out at Celebration. And we were going our way up to Disney and every resort. It took us 3 hours from Celebration to Merlin 360. 3 hours. With this girl talking nonstop. And I was just like, and then I needed to walk up to Universal because they didn't provide a pickup from Universal property. And it was late, and I'm like, screw it, I'm not going to walk the universe. I am really thin at this point. I will yell at someone who is trying to push me. And everyone at Universal was telling me not to go because it's crazy. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going. Because I still want to enjoy my last couple of days. And if I push myself too far and maybe get hurt in this crowd, it's just not worth it. And there was nothing Universal could have done. But this was the moment where a cast member was sitting me down and telling me about all of the quiet spaces you can decompress at Universal that most guests don't know. For an example, really, really funny, never thought about it, Zeus Landing at Islands of Adventure is the most quiet place you can sit. There in the nearby the restrooms, not a single person is there. It's always empty no matter how busy the park is. So if your kids need to decompress, just to have a moment, this is definitely the place to go. Another place is in front of Velocicoaster when you come out of Discovery Center and walk to Velocicoaster. Just go left-hand side. There were a lot of sitting areas in the shades, and no one is ever sitting there because people don't realize that the benches are there. And I really love it there because you can still see Velocicoaster and you are in the shades and no one is annoying you. Best place at Islands of Adventure. And at Studios, they told me that's behind the lagoon at the New York area. There are a few benches and no one is ever sitting there. This is the place to go when you are in Studios. I think I don't know any. You can always ask when you really need to sit down and have a little bit of downtime when there is no animal actors on stage. You can always ask if you can go into the stadium and sit down. Yeah, it's funny. I would never have thought about that Zeus Landings would be the quietest part of Islands of Adventure, but I witnessed this myself, and a lot of cast members told me that this is definitely the place to be at Islands of Adventure and Studios. They told me Diagon Alley is in the back areas is also really quiet, but I never saw it. I never think that Diagon Alley has a single quiet spot because it's always busy. I think your better bet would be behind Men in Black. There's always not that much going on, and you will have behind the old stadium area, there's also barely human beings walking by. So this is also maybe a spot where you can find a little bit of rest. And again, at Epic, it's my absolute favorite in front of the fountains of the Helios Grand. Music is really, really calm and really, really not loud. This is the good thing about the spot. Only, I think, I don't know how often the fountain show is going off. When the fountain show is going off, then the music is getting turned off and on, and it's getting louder, and you see the fountains. But the show is maybe lasting 10 minutes. I don't think it's 10 minutes, but after that, it's again really, really nice and quiet at the fountain area. And the problem is, yeah, you don't have that much of shade that is there in that area, but I think because Epic Universe is still at limited capacity and not open for annual pass and stuff like that, Epic Universe, when you are not into in Super Nintendo world, is always a little bit quieter. It's especially in the Celestial Park area. There was always room where you just can sit down, and at Berk you will always find a nice little place, but Monsters and Harry Potter. I've never saw the Harry Potter show. I really need to go because I don't know. I didn't like that much the Fantastic Beast franchise. This is the reason why I didn't saw the show. And again, the Dragon show, the Untrainable Dragon, it was just not for me. I know that people are going bonkers, loving this show and going crazy when Toothless is arriving, and I think expectation management was the problem. I was not expecting a full-blown musical. I am a musical girl, but I was not expecting singing Vikings from this show. I think this was my biggest problem. The singing and dancing stuff in the Dragon show. I was like, I didn't like the together sound. I found it not good from musical arrangement point of view, and I think the moment Toothless is flying above your head is completely overrated. I'm so sorry, but I am obsessed with Toothless. Where is he? He is here, but I mean, the problem is this Dragon show. I think your children would really love it. The problem is the people around it. It's the same announcement. The theater is huge. Everyone will fit into this freaking theater. But the people will start running and fighting for each other's life just to be underneath Toothless. And I was just like, why can't we just behave like human beings? Sit down, enjoy the show, and go. Now we need to fight, obviously, for our place. And yeah, I think this is a ridiculous amount of fighting going on at the Dragon show. Again, I don't know how the Harry Potter show is going. And I think, especially with autism, Born, definitely not. Definitely not. Again, it's my favorite show. I watch it every day, but it's loud, it's explosive. You have everything. You have guns. You have really high-end action scenes and stuff like that. So Born is really, really intense. You don't need to worry about disturbing other people. The problem is I can completely understand. I would be the exactly same, but people just should piss off, because you can clearly see that something is going on with the kids, and it's not of your business. And especially when you're using those disabled designed areas in the shows and stuff like that, then you are sitting in the spaces that are designed for you. So if anyone around you is annoyed, why did they sit nearby the disabled section? So this is what I don't understand, because they need to know, maybe someone needs to leave, stuff like that is going on. And this is why those seats are reserved for those kind of people. And if someone is annoyed from those kind of people, then they should just sit at the other side of the theater. Again, I would be the exactly same. I would also worry myself to death, and I'm like, I don't want to bother other people. But it sounds so hard, but I think my last trip at Universal just pushed me over this border. I was exactly the same. I was always taking care of everyone around me, and I was like, I don't want to bother anyone. I don't need the AAP. I can figure it out. But after that trip, I'm like, screw it. I am a selfless bitch at this point. I don't care about what other people are thinking. I don't care. If they think I am cheating the system, they should go and report me at Universal. Universal will open up my file and they were like, no, she's not. So I will turn on the lights because it's getting way too dark. It's just, it's not their business. If your children are making noises because of their disability, the same is going for stuff like Tourette. Yeah, you have to deal with it. If it's affecting you, then leave. I mean, yeah, exactly. This trip is for your kids. Your kids should have a great time. Universal wants your kids to have a great time. And if other guests are annoyed about them, go to another show. Easy as that. The shows are running every hour, I think. Maybe even more. I think Born is on an hourly basis or 1.5 hours or stuff like that. The Dragon Show the same. Yeah, then go to the next show. If you are so annoyed of the people, of the children, I mean, then complain, and Universal will tell them, go F yourself. It is what it is. They will be polite to them, but they will basically say, yeah, they can't do anything and stuff like that, because, again, your kids also have the right to have fun. They also have the right in meeting the characters in their own unique way. If it looks different from the other people, it's not your problem. And I can guarantee you there will be people that are judging you, and every time you see this and a cast member is nearby, let the cast member know. I think people like us, we have dealt a lot with those kind of people, and it's our time to fight back. And this is something, I mean, and again, really controversial, but I am so fed up from the buzzword inclusion. I am so fed up because it does not mean including disabled people. It always means, yeah, you are trans, all of this LGBT, I don't know, plus whatever people, they are getting all of the attention, all the voices, and people with disabilities, no one talks about that. No one wants to think about them. And I'm like, we also need, when we are talking inclusion, we need to include people with disability. And I think this is something that is still not done in our society. And I even see at my broadcasting company, I was laughing so hard. We had a police press officer in a wheelchair. And she was just the hardest bitch of them all. It was so funny because every time she was giving an interview and someone was looking down at her, she was like, please sit down. Please go on your knee. I want to talk to you in person and want to look into your eyes. To everyone who has not a disability, she was going at them. And she was like, I can't stand up, so you need to sit down so we can have a conversation with each other. And I was so happy that at least she was finding her voice and telling all those people to F off. And this is something I didn't realize before meeting her and doing the shoot for my broadcasting company. We were on a Christmas market, and I realized, yeah, okay, maybe it's accessible in a way that she can drive her wheelchair, but she is not able to do a single thing. All of the tables were standing tables, so there would be no way to put her glühwein or her coffee on a table. This was not happening for her as a wheelchair driver. Then there was all of those different stands, all of the booths. None of them were accessible for her. Everything was way above her height. She was not able to see a thing. She was not able to play any of those carnival games because everything was way too high. And I'm like, and then roll everything a little bit back. Even for children, everything is not accessible because a child has the same exact height of you. And then we should start as a society thinking about it. How many people, including children, we are excluding at those events. This really, really opened my eyes in this point. I had nearly the same experience with my general manager at the Sea Life Center. At this point, I think he was the third or fourth general manager this Sea Life Center had in 1 year. So no one was giving him more than a month. Everyone was betting how long he would take it and then leave, because the people that were taking care of our fish were the most annoying bunch of people in human history. I, as a person from the entertaining stuff, was not talking to them because they were crazy. I don't know, maybe they smelled too much of the chemicals in the aquarium. I don't know what was going on with them. But on his first day, you must imagine every one of us was just giving him a few days before he's saying, I'm done, I'm going to another center. Our new general manager was going on his knees and crawling on his knees through the whole entire aquarium. No explanation at all. Just crawling on his knees. You can just imagine how we were there standing and witnessing the situation. And we were like, are you okay? Is everything right? And after he finished the round, he stand up and he was like, this, and this needs to change. Because I just experienced the whole aquarium as a child from a point of view. And all of those things are not accessible for children. Everyone called him crazy, and I'm like, you are the most genius person I've ever met, the best manager I will ever meet. Because I never saw someone thinking about stuff like that. I never thought about that all of this attraction stuff is not accessible for children because I never saw their point of view. And I think such a general manager, such an employee should be in every attraction. I don't know if at Universal someone like that is working, but this is just genius. Because from that point on, everything was accessible for wheelchair drivers and for children. And aquarium, especially designed for children, should be that way. And again, everyone was laughing so hard at him, and I was the only one. Cool. Finally, someone who's seeing it. Yeah, this is, I think, I never experienced Universal from a wheelchair, a person point of view, but I really think maybe just for this occasion, I will rent a wheelchair for 1 day and experience Universal from this point of view. And make a list and tell Universal everything that is not working out. Maybe, my incident report and my list with my name is not long enough at Universal. Maybe we will add another 10 pages during my next trip. I mean, I was at the end just begging them not to ban me for life from Universal, and they were like, you did nothing wrong. And I'm like, I don't think that it's normal to fill out that many incident reports. And they are like, no, it's not. I think they will look into it. Maybe I'm a record holder at that point. And I'm like, at least I've got one record. It's nice to have a record at Universal. And yeah, again, maybe especially during the middle of the trip, when I overdid it a few times, it's a good idea. I mean, $15 it's definitely not much. And just renting it and hopping to all parks, it's, I think, good. I think I definitely will make it, because I think there were a lot of things, especially those interactive elements and stuff like that are not designed for wheelchair users. And it's a shame, because most of the time it's an easy fix. I was at the Titanic exhibition at iDrive. I am obsessed with the Titanic story. I completely obsessed. Like aviation, crash investigation, I don't know what it is, what is wrong with me, but I am fascinating to learn about why stuff had happened and what we learned about it to make our world safer. I think Titanic is a perfect example. And the whole exhibition was beautiful done. I loved it. I learned so much. For an example, did you know that Carnival Cruise is White Star Alliance? The big Titanic company is now Carnival Cruises, the worst of the worst. As a tour guide, I would never ever touch voluntarily a Carnival Cruise. I will never guide a tour, and never ever. You can pay me all the money in the world. This is how much I hate Carnival Cruises, and this is the Titanic. It's a shame. It's a shame. It had come out of what White Star Alliance, but this exhibition, as I said, was beautiful. They had so much knowledge. You could ask them everything because I had the rumor stuck in my head that the captain had survived. I had the idea stuck in my head that this was one thing that the movie got wrong, that the captain had survived. And I was so convincing that even the person working at the museum was like, I need to look it up. I am convinced he died with the ship because during back in that days, he wouldn't have a life afterward because of his social statement. He needed to go down with the ship. He did. But I was so convinced that the captain of the Titanic survived because maybe it was thinking about the Costa Concordia, where the captain was falling in the lifeboat during evacuation. You can't match stuff up. This was my first news at the radio station I needed to record as a journalist. I'm like, how much do you hate me? I can't say with a straight face that the captain of the ship has fallen into the lifeboat. Not live on air. This is not going to happen. You need to find me another bit of news because no. I will laugh every time I portray this information. And again, I think the Titanic exhibition would really step a little bit up if they just use a wheelchair driver, drive through the exhibition and see, hey, the wheelchair driver can't see a thing in the whole entire exhibition. And it's such a shame because the exhibition is so well done. I like the idea when you are entering the exhibition, you get a boarding pass. And your boarding pass is connected to an actual passenger of the Titanic. And in the end of the exhibition, you can scan your boarding pass and learn more about the history, if he or she has survived and stuff like that. And I think it's an excellent idea to get the emotional attachment to the Titanic with this small little detail. I find it really interesting how they are approaching the whole exhibition. Really interactive in some points and still have amazing artifacts. And again, it's a shame. It's in theory completely accessible. You can drive your wheelchair without a problem through the whole exhibition, but you won't see a thing. And then I am asking again the question, why did no one using a wheelchair speak up and told them about it? Because I think if a few people would just say, hey, you are accessible, but no one can see this, can see something here, they would change it. But if you are not complaining, nothing is going to change. And this is, again, something why I am speaking out so loudly about what can improve at Universal, because if I am not standing up and telling them in a nice way, this needs to get changed, someone will maybe be in the future not be that nice and be fed up and write bad reviews on Google and tell all them other friends you should never consider visiting Universal. Basically the thing I am doing with Disney. But I think Disney gave me a lot of reasons to do so. Universal did not. And again, in my opinion, it's such a shame that they have an inclusion and diversity board in all of those companies, but no one is taking care for the disability side. And Universal is the first and only company I felt that they took it serious and not like nice to you nodding in your face, yeah, and then just delete it. They really write it down and give it to management. And I think this is completely different to other companies. And I saw it at Stardust Racer that they will change. When they see this is wrong, this can end up in getting people hurt, they will change it. And it was so nice after the Stardust Racer incident. It was so funny because, as I said, I became kind of good friends with Megan, with the Surfside manager. And she was like, you need to write me an email when you are back home. Because at this point, I am scared that you are going to die. And I'm like, not that easy, not that easy. I will survive. But yeah, this shows you that Universal cares, and every interaction I had with guest services, every email I sent, everything was just nice. And yeah, I think Kennedy Space Center and I know for sure Discovery Cove are certified autistic places. I think if Universal is really putting a little bit more work into it, they should also apply to become such a space. And just to think about it, how crazy it is, I don't think Disney has this certification. And if one place on Earth in Orlando should have the certification, it should have been Disney. But Discovery Cove, I know for fact because it's on the advertisement on that page. It's all over Discovery Cove. You have signs. Kennedy Space Center, the same. Every room you are entering, you will have signs which sensories can get activated. And again, with a friend who has autistic, I found it so nice to see that people like her can then decide, okay, will I get overstimulated if this is triggering me, or will I be fine? And it's, again, such an easy thing just to make signs in front of the attraction. This can not only your body limitations like back injury, stuff like that. It's an easy fix just to add how intense it is for your sensories. It wouldn't be a thing, I think, to put up these signs in front of every coaster. But I think for people like your children, it can make a difference. Because at this point, I guess you are just thinking the whole time, we need to figure it out. I just don't know which coasters are safe. And if you have this signage in front of a coaster, those are the things that are triggered on a scale. I think Kennedy Space Center has a scale from 1 to 5 in intensity. I think this could help you make your decisions. When you see a 5 for every sense that can get triggered at an attraction, this is maybe not the attraction for your children. But if it's maybe just 1, then it's definitely at least worth trying it. And this is another thing I think we should suggest. This is the problem. Those things and a few things of those are not a thing that Universal can control. This is what I've learned about IAPA. Because Universal outsourced a lot of things to other companies, like building the roller coasters, for an example. And even stuff like building the bathrooms, I don't know for a fact, but I know that at IAPA there are companies that are doing those designs. So I think it's definitely just worth the try to go to IAPA and talk to them. And I know that IAPA has an inclusive and disabled person member board. And stuff like those signage, it's not like only for universal. It's maybe a good thing to start working towards, to making it a standard in the industry in every theme park. And I think this is something I can only do at IAPA when I am connecting with those people that are building and designing those spaces. It's yeah, I know it's crazy how, and I am going nuts when it's like, it's only autism is so often these days because it's diagnostic is so easy, and it's not that big of a deal. It's overdiagnosed. And I am looking at the people that are diagnosed with autism, and I'm like, yeah, definitely. And then you are looking around you and you see at least double among the number with people that are not diagnosed and don't even realize. I can give you a perfect example. You will just love it. Go into Super Nintendo World, go to the back, watch the people, and see how many people get overstimulated and maybe are autistic without even realizing it. Because most of people feel that they are getting triggered and stuff like that, but they don't realize that it is overstimulation. Like fidgeting. Yeah, so many people are getting not diagnosed with stuff like that. And I think telling everyone it's like, oh no, it's just overdiagnosed. It's just a way too easy solution to this problem and this approach. And in my opinion, I can only talk to my friend with autism and ADHD. She is one of the smartest girls I've ever met. And the shame is that she wanted to become a history and religion teacher. And the system, the German school system, is just destroying her and eating her alive. Because, yeah, she has maybe a few troubles fitting in social environments and with other teachers. But she is, the first thing is, she will support every single child with autism and ADHD in a way no other teacher could. The other thing is, she's also a sailing teacher instructor. So she is instructing new sailing teachers. She's just the best at her work. And I'm always trying to tell her, you should, she's sailing with a sailing team with blind and deaf people. I think this is so honorable, and sailing a lot with people in wheelchair. And I'm like, maybe you should go in the direction of teaching Special Olympics. I was a Special Olympics certified coach for a couple of years. Best work in my life. It was easy work and it was so much fun to work with those people. But sometimes you have a group. This was my absolute nightmare when I was like, I need support for this group. Because I had a Down syndrome, a boy who wanted to hug everyone. He was the cutest. And in the same group, I had someone with Asperger. Don't touch him. And I was just, most of my training session was like making sure that those two persons are getting as much separated as humanly possible. And yeah, I think the EMF and stuff like that, the waxes, and yeah, I'm not allowed to talk on YouTube on it, but I have a lot of people with chronic fatigue since then. Let's say it this way to be YouTube friendly. And the crap in our food, it's ridiculous. This is the reason why I have my own garden, because I don't want to eat that crap. And in the water, I mean, it's terrible that you don't have a free choice to stay healthy anymore. And yeah, of course, especially what people don't understand and need to learn is autism, and most of the disabilities are a spectrum. I learned so much about the blind community. My friend completely lost her vision. She needs her guide dog. She can maybe see if it's dark or not dark. But again, my friend is sailing with a team from blind and deaf people. Then there is another official blind person. When he's using his phone and zoom in on something, he can still see and make stuff out. He's still using his cane, he has his guide dogs, but he can see much better than my other blind friend. Yeah, I think Special Olympics is an organization that is so underfunded. This is the reason why I stopped or needed to stop, because here in Germany they cut the fundings for the project. I was basically going into the working locations for the disabled people and doing 1 hour of sport with them, just to move them, just to get them out and just move their body. Yeah, I was getting paid a ridiculous amount of money for that job. I would have done it as a volunteer. But after they cut the funding, they were like, you can't do it because if something is happening, insurance. And it was one of my saddest moments in my life to say goodbye to those people, because I meant something to them. They were talking the entire week about making this 1 hour a week sport, and just leaving them without a goodbye just because the founding was hard was just crazy. And then you see the money is getting into places where I'm like, yeah, sure. It's like we wanted a wheelchair ramp at our sailing location. It would have cost €1,000, and our major was like, no, we don't have the money. And you see another project. I mean, Germany is just crazy. There was a project where people were dressed. You won't believe it. You can look it up. It's that crazy. It was a project where people were dressing up as earthworms and wanted to protest for the rights of insects to vote. Those people got a funding of €100,000. The wheelchair ramp was too expensive. And as a sane person, you were standing there and you were like, earthworms. Why? Just why? I mean, I can still laugh about that project, and it's still going on. When you're going in Berlin, I think at least once a week they are dressing up as insects and starting to vote. I mean, if that's their hobby, it's fine, you know? I mean, in my 20s, I was an anime girl, I was cosplaying. If this is what they want to do and decide in the leisure, I'm completely fine with it. Pay for your insect costumes and play democracy. It's completely fine. But I don't want to pay my tax money towards stuff like that. It's just... And this is just one thing about how our tax money here in Germany is getting handed out. It's just like... And again, for the disabled community, nothing is left. I am arguing so hard at the moment. Germany wants to apply for the Olympics. Their first try was like, let's go 2034. Every German is like, what the heck? You can't choose this date. You can't have the Olympics 100 years after our leader games back in the days. This is no. Finally, they think, oh, okay, maybe 2040 is a better date. And we were like, yes, please. And my hometown was like, we were holding the Olympics 1972. We want to apply for the sailing events. I think Berlin or Munich or Cologne wants to apply for the Olympics, for the main events, and Kiel wants to apply for the sailing events. And I was just looking at our sailing federation here in Germany that are located here in Kiel, and I'm like, you know that for LA, sailing is again Paralympic. What do you think how a wheelchair user is getting access to this building without a ramp and a wheelchair lift? How do you think a person in a wheelchair can train without a boat ramp in the harbor? How do you think a person in a wheelchair can use a shower without you providing anything like that? If you want to apply for the Olympics, you are also applying for the Paralympics. And this is not going to happen that you are saying, yeah, only the Olympics, the Paralympics can go to Denmark. No, you have both events. And if you want the Olympics, we will need a harbor that is approved for disabled persons, for wheelchair users, because a lot of those sailing categories, a lot of those sailing boats are able to be used with adaptive persons, people who lost their legs, arms. Sailing is the most inclusive sport you will ever see. But my hometown, I mean, it's so funny because I am living near Denmark, 1 hour and I'm in Denmark. And every sport harbor there with every boat, everything is accessible. Then you come here to my hometown. I think we have a lot of beaches around here. I think we have 2 beach wheelchairs, 2 in total for the whole city, for all the beaches we have, 2. I think we have 1 boat that can go out during the sailing events because we really made a lot of noise, and that's it. And no support at all for disabled athletes at our harbor. And this needs to change. But the structures are so hard. As I said, friend, team, sailing team, blind and deaf people. They weren't allowed into sailing competitions because they were like, we don't want any advantages, we don't want extra points, we want to participate and have fun. This was their approach. This was not going to happen. They were like, what if they miss the starting signal? And I was like, have you seen what else, what people are starting in this category? They are barely able to sail their boat without dying. And you are worried about my team, the team of my friend, that they miss a starting signal and everyone is going to die because of it? Ridiculous. And we made it happen that they were able to start. Never saw a team celebrating so hard to become second to last, but they had fun and no one was injured. So just let them participate. I just don't understand why we need to make a fuss about stuff like that. If no one is in danger, let's just let them participate and let them sail. And the same is going again back to the theme parks. All of those changes you were recommended, I am talking about, would not make a single day of a normal person worse. Most of the time, especially when you have accessible bathrooms, they are appreciated by normal human beings as well, because they are more space. And yeah, I think I just don't get it. I just need to fill up my water. I just don't get it why we can work with each other. And I think another thing that really needs to stop is this staring at disabled people. It's disgusting. I think maybe I was really fortunate growing up. In my class, I was at a Rudolf Steiner school here in Germany, so a private school. We had a wheelchair boy. And he was bullied like everyone else in the class. There was no extra piece for him. I can guarantee you that. Everyone was helping him. We made everything accessible. When he needed to climb stairs, we put his wheelchair upstairs and stuff like that. We helped him. We were trained to respond to a disabled person. But he was treated like everyone else in the class. He didn't get any advantages. Never. And I think this is inclusion. He was like a normal student just sitting in a wheelchair. Everything else was, we didn't care. We didn't care. We were so used in just moving his wheelchair when we were on a field trip or stuff like that. Everyone was taking their turns. No question asked. And I think this is just the perfect example from inclusion. And it took me a long time to realize that this was so good for us. And the same is going with World War II. You can teach all this stuff in theory. We had a survivor coming into our class from Auschwitz. And her story changed my life, changed my way of looking at the event. Because again, you can teach all this stuff in theory. But listening to the story of a person that was there and what was their experience like is such a huge difference. And I think this was one of those things that got me interested in history because of the story she told us. And I think, again, wheelchair user, it's not possible, but every class should have a person with special needs. And the responsible of the rest of the class is just to take care that this person is not falling behind. This would be the perfect teaching example for everyone. I just hated to see when those children with special needs are just getting into specialized classes where they don't learn a thing, where they are just be there and surround there. Yeah, I can completely understand. I hate it when people are staring at them. It's just like, just if you don't know how to interact, talk to the parents maybe. This would most of the time better, just to educate yourself. So maybe go there and ask, hey, what is going on? Can I help you? Blah, blah, blah. Instead of staring. Instead, or just move away and mind your own business. Because I can't understand why are people behaving like that. And my example is every time, I mean, this is pretty harsh. I wish everyone who is just going at me, break your leg, be in the wheelchair for 8 to 9 weeks, on crutches maybe, and then we can talk to each other again. Maybe you will be much kinder to people like me. But I can guarantee you, when stuff like that is happening to the normal people, those are those people that are complaining all the time. And I am like, yeah, this is my day-to-day normal life. And I'm not complaining every time. I'm not complaining all the time. It's maybe you learn something. And another thing people don't realize, you can have a stroke, a car can hit you, you can have a accident in your house. And next time you wake up, you are in a wheelchair. And this is the same with the virus situation that was going on. People were so scared because for the first time in their life, they realized that they are going to die one day. And I am like, yeah, this is the reason why you should have fun and why you should just find a way to work out and make sure you have a good life. This is the reason, because at one day we will die. And it doesn't make sense to be scared all the time of this day. And this is the reason why I was so fed up from all the people around me. I think with this event going on, this was the point where I was just starting to get over people. Where I was just like, no, I don't want to deal with human beings anymore. It's the same with our school system. It's more like a babysitting and not. As I said, my autistic friends was giving me a lot of insight about the education system, what is wrong and what is going on. It's not the fault of the teachers, but I think with all this technology thing that is going on, I think we need to have a new way of teaching. I saw something that was really, really pissing me off, or I don't know if I was sorry, if I was feeling sad, or what was going on. Someone asked ChatGPT what the time is because it was a normal analog watch. He wasn't able to read a normal clock without ChatGPT. And I'm like, is this the direction our society is heading to? I mean, we are not getting smarter, this is for sure. My generation needed to figure out everything on their own. I mean, I was a Nintendo girl since I was small. This was my first introduction with all of the technique and stuff and like that. But I think we still underestimate the impact of smartphones and ChatGPT. I saw it as a journalist. I saw it in the volunteers, in the young people that started this procession. They are not able to write an article without ChatGPT. And I am like, this is so wrong, especially for journalists. Especially for journalists, it's so wrong to depend on a source like ChatGPT. Because you never know where ChatGPT got his sources from. I would never trust completely the information ChatGPT is providing me without a deeper and further research. Never. But for this generation, ChatGPT is writing their master degrees. It's especially in medicine. I'm like, okay, good. It's not getting better from this point on. Good to know. I think it's a helpful tool, and it should be more important, especially in the schools, to teach how to use this tool. And this is not going to happen. And again, I was pretty fortunate to be in the private school, on the Rudolf Steiner School. We were taught completely without technique. Cell phones and stuff like that were not allowed in the school. And I think a lot of those kind of things are still in place in the Rudolf Steiner schools because his teaching was really esoteric, but it was good for me because in his teaching and his kind of worldview, you can impress yourself when you're an artist. And this was something I really needed when I was growing up. The normal school system here in Germany was just, I was set up to fail. And yeah, it's the school board system and stuff like that. It's here in Germany, it's even more complicated because you are forced to go to school by law, at least for 9 years. When you're not in school and under the age of 16, I guess it was, the police will come and escort you to school. It's even that bad if you decide to go on a vacation one day before school vacation. Police is normally patrolling the airport and picking you up, and you will pay a high and heavy fee. So you need to go to school. You're pressured to go to school. And so a lot of people, especially from the artistic spectrum and stuff like that, are really struggling because school is not a system that they are learning. And this is something a lot, my physical therapist is also autistic and ADHD. And he was like, the only reason why I finished school on the highest education system here in Germany was like, my teacher told me I should piss off. I don't need to go inside school for the last 3 years. I just need to show up and write my tests and get them approved. This was the only way acceptable for him to finish school. But not many schools are taking this approach. They will just let you fall down and get you to the lowest education, have a bad school education in the end, and in reality, like my physical therapist, my friend, those are the smartest person you will ever meet. They are different. They are watching the way maybe a little bit different. But every time I'm hanging out with them, I'm like, that's cool. But even when my friend is sitting somewhere with noise canceling headphones, people are staring at her, and I'm like, have you never seen a headphone in your life, or what is wrong with you guys? Because she's the girl, she is getting annoyed. There was an automatic door in the hospital, and she was like, no, I need my headphones, otherwise I will run screaming off because of this door. It's crazy. It's crazy that, yeah, I think we really need to reconsider our whole schooling system, because I think knowledge shouldn't be the main priority focus because of ChatGPT and all the information that is available on the internet these days. I think our main focus in school should be how to function as a human being. To teach those basic, like not staring at people, to teach those basics, how to behave with someone who has special needs, to teach all of those skills, or to teach how to cook, how to make your taxes, how to grow your own food. The chicken is laying your egg, and your egg is not just being there at the supermarket in a magical way. I think those should be more the skills that a school should teach. But none of that had happened during my time. Even on this specialized school, we had a lot of art classes, acting and stuff like that going on. It was really good for me, but even there, basic skills like cooking, no. You will figure it out. You will mess up a lot on the way, but you will figure it out how to cook. And I don't know. And some stuff that I needed to learn in school are so unnecessary for your normal life. I am struggling with math. The normal stuff for the basic education level here in Germany was fine. But when you're going to the highest form of education here in Germany, you go to university like math classes. And I am like, it's ridiculous. I will never use it. I don't understand it. Why? Why are you torturing? And math is one of those subjects you can't say no to in Germany. You have math until the last day of your school. And I was struggling so hard, and because it just didn't make sense, I was just like, I will never ever use this in my life again. Why do I need to learn it to take one single test about it? It was just stupid for me. Other things like learning English, French, and stuff like that, or history, I was interested in. Easy going, but math and physics and chemistry and biology, it was just like, yeah, teach me the basic stuff, that would be enough. I don't need to go to the higher education stuff. If I am deciding to go in this kind of direction on university, they will teach me. But I am clearly not going into those kind of professions. But it was really important to my math teacher to know those kind of stuff. The same was going for PE classes. I love sports, but I will never understand during our swimming classes. It's okay to teach us backstroke and all of the basic swimming skills. But why the heck do I need to learn butterfly swimming? It was like a whale that was pushing a wave in front of it. It was funny for everyone else, and I was just like, I am going to drown. I will never use this swimming technique in my life. So, and this is where you want to grade me on. Beautiful. So my grade was really good, because I was never able to master butterfly swimming. Yeah, and this is the problem again. Non-verbal people. I work with non-verbals for the Special Olympics as well, and a lot of people are willingly saying no to non-verbals, and I'm like, why? It's just a complete different way of seeing the world for those kind of girls and boys, and you never know how smart they really are. This is something that is fascinating me about non-verbals, for an example, because yeah, they are not able to communicate and maybe have basic problems with the body functions, but you will never know how smart they are. And yeah, life care and self-care skills would be so necessary in those schools. And again, with non-verbals, you never know how smart they really are. And this is something I think we are wasting a lot of talent. Because for everyone and for every ability, there is a place. And I think therapists and stuff like that should really specialize more in non-verbal communication. Because those, again, Special Olympics, those are the most precious kids, in my opinion. And our non-verbal person in our group, in the beginning, I was just like, what should I do with him? He can't do a thing. But he was able to pick nearly everything up I give to him. Everything I was showing him, he was able to replicate. Sometimes even better and even more than the Down syndrome people around him. And this was really fascinating me, because I was like, he is much smarter than my Downies. Definitely. My Downies are emotional smart. The smartest emotional kids you will ever see, but I don't know what is going on with him, but there was something special. Yeah, that is the huge problem. They think just because they are non-verbal, they are stupid. And with him, I realized this is not the case. Most of the people needed to get with one person to the sport area and get back to their living quarter, because they were not able to do this walk on their own. My non-verbal boy, he was able to do it. I was just telling him, hey, we are finished, and he was just going and every time arrived there where he needed to be. So he was definitely not stupid or stuff like that. And again, everything I gave to him, everything I showed him, he was able to do. He was not once looking or seeking my attention. Downies are looking for your attention all the time. It's fine. But this was a problem later on, because we were only 2 person, and I think our group at the end was 13 or 15 people, and it's too much, because you can't pay attention to everyone all the time as much as you want to. And I think he get the least attention from me, unfortunately, because he was not there and grabbing the attention all the time. And yeah, I still feel a little bit sad for him. And you never should have your favorites, but I definitely had my favorite. He was not non-verbal, but he was again really limited in communication. And we were asking him every time what he wants to have for dinner, and he was like, bread with eggs. Those were his 2 favorite words all the time, and he was just my baby. I just loved hanging out with him. And again, this is why Special Olympics paid the trainers so ridiculous amount of money, because most people who decided to make all the licenses, those sport licenses here in Germany, are expensive. The basis, a fitness trainer license, at least $1,000 I paid for my fitness trainer license. And then I paid 1,000 on top for level 1 CrossFit and another 1,000 on top of it for level 2 in CrossFit. So those licenses are expensive. And most people that are decided to go into the sporting industry just want to go as a personal trainer in a gym or stuff like that. And I was like, no, I really want to work with Special Olympics because it's much more fun than working with athletes. I work for now 2018. I started in 6 years, or nearly in my 7th season. 8 years for my 9th season for ski jumping for a ski jumping national team. And those professional athletes, I love my ski jumpers, but they are sometimes a little bit strange. I want to stay politically correct and I don't want them to hate me. So sometimes professional athletes can be a little bit strange. So I don't understand why not more people are going into the Special Olympics. But again, I think it's a founding problem because who wants to donate to the Special Olympics? No one. Because there are no benefits from you. It's not something you can have as an advertisement on your homepage because you are so cool, you help this thing out, Special Olympics. It's crazy. Yeah, I really was thinking about going in this possession, but this system here in Germany would just, as I see it with my autistic friend, this system would just completely drive me bonkers because you will need to get licensed for everything, and if you make a mistake, you will get punished for it, and you need to stick to such a small amount of rules, and I am not good with this kind of situation because I am like, everyone needs individual support. And you can't write a rule book and the rule book just fits everyone with a disability. This is not going to work, but this is how, at least here in Germany, all the people that have the saying and stuff like that tend to think stuff is working. You have categories, you put them into categories, and then you need to find a way to work inside those categories. And Special Olympics was a little bit more free. Yeah, I really want, again, work for people with special needs, but it's not going to happen in this kind of environment at the moment. And maybe when something is really changing in the social care sector here in Germany, we consider it, but at this point I'm like, I know that I will get burnout because I am the person I want to give 100% every day. And in this position, with this understaffed situation going on, you will burn like firewood. And I know this is not good for me. And I still think as a journalist, it's a good place to be because you can raise your voice and people listening to you most of the time. But as soon as they listen, and this is another thing I think why Universal is listening to me, because they know I am a journalist. They saw my press ID because I didn't have another form of identification with me during the first incident report. So they saw my press identification. They know I am a working journalist. And I think companies like Universal now don't mess with journalists because it's never going to end well with you. Disney is learning it the hard way at the moment. And the fun thing is, Disney is not getting only the heat from journalists. Disney is getting at the moment the heat from everyone. It's so funny. I mean, I shouldn't laugh, but I think the final straw was now the price hike, the $220 for $220 for Magic Kingdom. I think this will be the final straw for Disney. And I am so here for the downfall. Because I am like, yeah, because $220 for a day ticket is ridiculous. I am paying, I think, $500 or $600 for an annual pass for Universal. Just let it sink in and go F yourself, Disney. It's such a shame. It's such a shame that companies only learn through pain. And especially, I don't know if you guys witnesses. It was so funny to watch as a journalist from a journalist point of view. There was an incident at ET a couple of weeks ago where they had, I think it was a shortage, electricity shortage back in the ET area, and they needed to evacuate ET. Nothing had happened. Nothing. It was evacuated, everything was running back, and everything was back to normal. You haven't seen a thing about it on CBN News or stuff like that. The only news agency that was covering this situation was Fox News Orlando. Which company is Fox News? Yes, it's Disney. And I'm like, how desperate is the Disney company if they think that an evacuation because of a power shortage is newsworthy? And I knew from a friend that is working at Universal, they were there with a full press team. They were standing there with their bus, with the journalists ready to cover the story. And I am like, Journalist 101. Good. The only reason behind it was Disney just wanted to have a bad headline about Universal. This was the only reason. Going back to Stardust Racer, CBN News, I don't think you should trust Universal News Vice either, because CBN belongs to Universal, but go to the independents. I nearly said BBC, but I wouldn't recommend BBC. I worked there as a trainee. I know the constellations there. I wouldn't call it independent, what is going on at the BBC. But CBN, when you want to learn something at Universal, it's not the best source, because it's owned by Universal and they will only produce what Universal wants. But again, Fox News. And it's just so desperate, because you will never see CBN when Disney is evacuating Space Mountain. You will never see a press team from CBN hanging out at Magic Kingdom for this kind of stuff. And I mean, my gosh, we're talking about ET. This was definitely not big of a deal, but again, Fox News Disney tried to make the huge story of the month out of it. And just reading the story, it was so funny. It was so funny, because it was just like, you are so crazy. You are so crazy, guys. This is not a news, but hey, go for it. And the good thing is, I think Universal did, again, the right call. They just let it go. They were like, if you want to make the news, there was, I don't think so. I need to look it up. I don't think there was even an official statement from Universal for this incident, because they were like, this was so minor. If we report every malfunction of one of our coasters, there would be nothing else in the news. And yeah, this is why we should always be careful in which news sources we should trust. Because when you see stories like this, and anything that is going on in Universal, and it's a bad tone, and it's from Fox News, you know, it's basically Disney trying to do something against Universal. But it's going in the other direction. When something is happening at Disney and you only see bad news from CBN, you need to know it's Universal. And Universal and Disney are beefing since day one. I mean, at this point, it's so funny. At this point, Universal is just doing nothing. I talked to the cast members and I was like, you don't need to run a single advertisement. You don't need to spend a single penny in marketing. And the people will still flock here from Disney because you are treating them like customers and actual human beings. And I saw the last, I'm really interested in stuff like that. I saw the last report from Disney, and it's really getting down. Just look at their stock market. I don't think that they are able to catch this fall anymore. At one point, they will split up. And I know George Lucas was already talking about buying Star Wars back and stuff like that. And I think in the near future, we will see Disney is getting rid of IPs. Because this, at the moment, is not sustainable anymore. Again, then you see the behavior in the theme parks, and you are like, this Disney is your last resort of making money. Those were your money printing machines all the time. And you see your guests are running away. And everyone is running to Universal. The same was for the cast members. As soon as Epic opened up, I can't remember a single cast member I talked to at Epic Universe that was not an old Disney cast member. And then you know, okay, something is not right here. And even with the Imagineers, with the designers from Disney, Epic Universe is basically a result of getting rid of the old Disney Imagineers because they were so limited by Disney, and Universal was telling them, you can do whatever you want. Go play and invent Epic Universe. You can do whatever you want. And I think you see it in the park. It's so new and so immersed and the best of Imagineering. And then you see my Splash Mountain topic is still, this one still hurts. I am like, you shouldn't erase your history. Yes, of course. You can always message me. You can always, if you want to have a more private conversation, also just message me on Instagram. And again, just put everything you want and need to know on the onto the comments. I will read all of them, and again, I think it's really important that our community, our disabled community, is standing together and raising the voice. I know here on YouTube, this is not something that is going to happen overnight. YouTube needs to learn from the algorithm that people wants to watch my content. And then I know that this is a small niche, that this will never be as successful as a Tim Tracker or stuff like that. But I don't want to be. I don't want to be the YouTuber that is filming the same stuff like everyone else is doing. I was telling myself, I will not put a single point of view right from the roller coasters on the channel. Because why should I do so? You can see it on thousands of other channels. Yeah, it maybe will help with a few clicks, but it's, yeah, the same here. The Disney memory is just, it's sick to my stomach, because I really, really loved working for the company. I really loved my year there. It was the best year of my life. And Disney was a good company to work for back in the days. And now I'm like, I am not touching the property anymore. I am not even willing to go to Disney Springs. I told Jake I'm not going to. If you want to go in a shopping spree to the outlets, I'm like, if you want to go to the Disney outlet, completely fine. I am not going there. I am not spending a single penny at Disney. It's really sad because National Geo. This is something that really got me in trouble with the Disney company. I don't know if you know about this incident. I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't have enough money for lawyers, but there was a National Geographic documentary where Disney messed up so badly. They basically designed a hit list for people in a country that I'm not allowed to name on YouTube that were there and unalive other people. Because I don't know if they forgot, if they didn't want to, because they didn't pixel the faces of the people in this documentary. And I'm like, as a journalist, this is 2 clicks of your editing software. If you put someone in danger when showing the face, you don't show the faces. They did in this documentary, and people died. And until this day, this documentary is still in this version available on Disney Plus. And I think this was nearly 1.5 years ago. And I think this was one of the main reasons why I lost my trust and my love for Disney. This was one of those reasons. Because when Disney is putting actual money, because of course they could face a really big lawsuit with this topic. But if this money is more important to them than the life of actual human beings, then it's just not the Disney company I grew up with. And I am certain that if Walter Elias Disney would be alive, he would have a talk with Bob Iger. I mean, at least Bob Iger is gone now. Next one to go, please, Kathleen Kennedy. But this, I think, definitely was one tipping point for me with Disney. This documentary and this what was going behind the stage, behind all of everything else. And I think it's sometimes really hard to be a journalist because you see those background stuff and beef is going on, and you can get in trouble to being involved. And this is something I really hate as a journalist, because back in the days, free speech was not a problem. Nowadays, when you are talking about the wrong political direction, you get cancelled. And especially here in Germany, with our history, we should never ever go in this direction. And I try to communicate this as clearly as I can, but I know that at one point, because I am the girl, the same with when I'm doing the universal stuff, I am not shutting up. If I see something is going wrong, I am not shutting up. And I know at one point in my life, this will get me in really bad trouble. Because at one point in my life, I am pretty sure I will not shut up at the one point. Maybe I should just make friends with a few lawyers. I don't know. But I think it's important. Yeah, the Disney story was sickening. As I said, don't want to get any trouble. I don't want to name the documentary. I don't want to name the country, because then you could figure it easily out. But yeah, Disney, it was more important to them not to get sued than saving human beings. And I think it's a sign of how excellent Disney's marketing press department is, because they covered it pretty well in the normal public. This is why you never heard about it. But it was so bad that it was in front of the highest court of the United States. Because the fellow soldiers of the fallen soldiers were going to the court and wanted to have justice, and they wanted to get their friends that helped them out of the war zone. And yeah, it's I think everything that has happened with Disney and me, the bad customer service, the stupid DAS incident, and stuff like that, they are unfortunate, and they are showing you how they are caring about you as a customer. But this incident with the documentary is showing me how the company is really behaving. And again, I made my decision not to purchase anything from Disney anymore because of this documentary and because of everything I experienced over the last couple of years with them. And I'm still debating with myself when I'm going to Japan the next time if I'm doing Tokyo Disney Sea and Disneyland Tokyo. Because you need to keep in mind, those parks are not owned by Disney. They are only licensed by Disney. And this is the reason why they are still the old Disney parks. Because Japan is telling Disney, go away. We are doing Disney magic. They still have Splash Mountain, the normal old version, and they will not get rid of it, and Disney hates it. Disney is absolutely furious about stuff that is going on in Tokyo, and I'm like, please continue. And the Disney Fantasy Springs, I think, was the new expansion a couple of years at Disney Sea. It's beautiful. It's like, why can't you do stuff like that anymore here in this, not here, but in the States? I mean, Disneyland Paris, if you've never been to, it's a shithole. I mean, 20 years ago, it was still shithole, but it was okay. It was our only access to Disney here in Europe. So I still went to Disneyland Paris. But these days, I mean, back in the days, it was only licensed by Disney. Now it's fully owned by Disney, Disneyland Paris. But it was not the right decision for Disneyland Paris. Because since then, it's really going downhill. I mean, I never been to the Avenger Campus in Anaheim, but the Adventure Campus in Paris was so lovable. And the characters they cast, the Thor and the Loki, they were looking so bad. And I'm like, I don't want to take a picture with them. They are so ugly. They are not Thor and Loki. It's crazy. And the studios, you should never pay a full single park day for the Disney Studios in Paris. Never, ever. It's not even a half park day. You only have Tower of Terror. You have the Avengers Campus now. I think they have a new Frozen edition now, wherever, I don't care about Frozen. I don't need to go. And yeah, they have Sea is a Nemo coaster, and the Backlot tour is now the Cars tour, background tour, and I think Ratatouille, Remy is the other thing at studios, and that is it. The main park, the Disneyland park, it's nice. It's the best version of Big Thunder Mountain. Hyperspace Mountain is quite good, but it's... First of all, if you're from Europe, you are not going to France. Everyone is hating France. I think I used to love Paris because there was so much history going on. I am obsessed with Three Musketeers. I am obsessed with the French Revolution, all of the French history. But nowadays, I wouldn't recommend to go to France, especially Paris. It's not safe. You shouldn't be as a woman outside in Paris alone anymore. And Japan and American tourists, no. Japanese people would never ever tell you in your face that they don't like you. But I see certain American behaviors in Japan that I am like, this is not acceptable. And maybe please educate yourself. I was in Hiroshima and I was so ashamed. I was so ashamed. I was bowing for those Japanese people so much because I was like, I'm so sorry. Not every foreigner is so stupid. Because there was a conversation going on behind me in Hiroshima from guys from the United States. Yeah, Hiroshima is such a stupid city. No old building, nothing nice, old Japanese architecture. And I was just looking there straight into their eyes, and I was like, yeah, you drop a thing on this city and another thing on another city here in Japan. There was absolutely nothing left afterwards of those cities. So this is the reason why Hiroshima, there was nothing left, is a completely new built city. So maybe before giving a bad review about Hiroshima, you should just read one history book. This would help a lot in this situation. And then, I mean, this is not only American behavior, but Japan is really suffering because tourists are not respecting their culture. You never ever take a picture of a geisha. It's such a traditional job and it's not a theme park attraction. They needed to close completely roads where the geishas are operated in Kyoto because people were not letting the geishas do their jobs. They were getting their names into the bamboo forest. And I think you should not behave as a tourist like this, or cutting your name into an old Japanese shrine. This is how Japanese people hate you. Or if you are trying to stalk in public transportation, then they will hate you even more. And I think just read one single trip book or guidebook before going to Japan. Just learn your basics. I have a few tattoos, and I know I will not show them in public when I'm in Japan. I will always wear long pants. I will always cover my arms because it's a sign of Yakuza tattoos. So, no, I am not allowed to go into an onsen in Japan. Yeah, I know there are now a few tattoo-friendly onsens for the tourists, but it's a sign of respect for me not to do so, because I know it's offensive to their culture to show tattoos, so I'm not doing it. And I think this is the fun part. I just don't like Paris. French in general, France is nice. France is beautiful. I love Le Mans. I love the Normandy down in Paris, in France. I just don't like Paris. Paris it's just too crowded for me. But normal French people, when you talk to French people, they will say the same. They will also say, Paris, don't go to Paris. They are the most unpolite people. I mean, I learned French in school for 7 years, and I am able to communicate the absolute basics, no more than that. And in Paris, you will talk to them in English, they will answer you in French. Yeah, this would also be a good suggestion, just to learn to get all along. Treat everyone like a decent human being, even if you don't see their dignity. If you think someone with a disability don't belong there, it's again, as a German, we have experience with this kind of mindset. And it was not a success story. I can just tell you this much. And I think this is something we really need to start and change in this world. And I don't see that this will come. This is why I wanted to become a journalist in the first place, because I really thought that I could make a difference. And I really fast realized that it's not possible. Because you are not fighting along, you always need to provide this kind of documentary, this kind of news that your news station, your chief editor want. And if your chief editor is going in a certain political direction, you need to go there as well. Otherwise, he will not approve your thing. And this is something I was not realizing before entering this profession. And this is why I got really fast delusional about this job. But I still think I just don't know what is wrong with the people that live in Paris. There are a lot of theories. I mean, we Germans, we are just shutting up with this stuff, but just ask our British neighbors what they are thinking about the French. They have a few problems. It's funny because I can never understand this much of hate that is coming from the Brits against France. I mean, yeah, Napoleon, and you have history with France, but we Germans have also, and we are chilled with them. But the Brits are not. And I nearly triggered with the British friends World War III in Orlando. It was the most funny and ridiculous situation in my life. She is so British. She's the most British girl you will ever met. I met her during the second to last trip I did. We met at Kennedy Space Center and spent then 2 days at Universal. She was at dockside, showed me her room, and then she started complaining. I kid you not, she had a full Ziploc plastic bag full of tea bags. Because she was like, I'm not drinking this disgusting thing that Americans are calling tea with this accent. And I was like, okay, you're taking tea serious. I understand. And they don't have the white milk for tea. And I was like, okay. And then, then I did the mistake. And then she was like, they are so barbaric here. They don't even have a tea kettle in the room. And I made the suggestion, yeah, but you have a microwave. Put your cup into the microwave, boil your water, and put your tea bag in. This suggestion nearly triggered World War III. You could see in her face that she was thinking I was crazy. I needed to get educated. And she was just like, where do I start with you? You just can't. You need to know the exact right amount of temperature for boiling your tea. And I'm like, I am just putting my bag into the water and waiting a few minutes and then drink the tea. And I was getting educated about how you boil your tea the right way. Never will forget this interaction. And the next thing I was like, shall we go to Walmart and buy a tea kettle? And the fun thing is, you can't make this shit up. Every time Surfside had a lot of Brits there, you will find a freaking tea kettle at the laundry facilities. Because a Brit bought just for a few days where they're staying there their tea kettle because they are Brits. And I'm like, okay, maybe you should buy a travel tea kettle. This may be a solution for 1 cup serving or stuff like that. I mean, again, this is something I am laughing at. Yeah, it's the tea story is just. I mean, we don't have tea culture here in Germany. No, not at all. I mean, maybe you can trigger a similar situation when you are messing with our beer. When you are telling a German to drink a Bud Light because it's a good beer. I think this could also trigger World War III with the German if you try to sell them American beer. it's you know, the fun thing is I hate beer. I just don't like the taste, but I know that Germans can again, this is something from the south of Germany. I am from the north. We are more Scandinavian. We are more like Norwegian or Danish people. We are more this kind of culture. But in Bavaria, crazy. Their beer culture is crazy. During working time, it's completely normal to drink a beer. I don't get it. And yeah, of course, United States has better food than England. I still need to recover from haggis because I am like, what are you doing? Don't you have normal food in the United Kingdom or in Scotland specific? You are getting all the organs out of the sheep, cook them, get it back into the stomach, and fill it up with peppermint sauce. I'm sorry, but this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, I ever witnessed, and I ever smelled. It's how drunk must be the Scots be when inventing this dish? I mean, to get the idea, to get the organs out of the sheep and put them back in the stomach and fill it up with peppermint. It's just. And they are calling themselves cultivated for their tea culture, and then they are eating that. Or baked beans and sausage for breakfast, and I am like, no, we're not doing that. And this was another thing, my British friend at the Surfside, baked beans every morning, and I'm like, can you please try something else? I also French influence. Wine is French, I would say. Then your French has a heritage is getting there. I also would always prefer a little bit of wine, and this is another thing I personally